Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's been crazy ever since I scheduled this live stream. I have not been feeling well at all. Um, my nerves are, I'm jittery. I'm nervous. I don't want to even do this. So, anyways, it's really, and I'm not a vicious person. I'm not going to attack. That's not what this is about. This is about my experience, how I experienced things that were happening while all this other traumatic stuff was happening. It is, I too much don't, well, I don't even know how to word it. I don't really spend a lot of times in investigating how I feel about things. I just kind of have been suppressing them, especially this. Like I can for sure say the stuff and my feelings to do with Lori Hellis were buried down so deep that whenever I addressed her live stream about the property, Chad Daybell's property, that was just my initial reaction. Okay. I had forgotten all the other things that I had buried down so deep until after we ended the live stream. And then somehow, this is just how things work for me. Um, I have many storage, iCloud storage, Microsoft. I have like 5 different storage, uh, cloud storages or whatever for my devices, and because I'm like a freak about it. Okay, um, a lot of things have been scrubbed. Um, I've got 2 terabytes filled right now, and I mean a lot of it could really be dwindled down, but it's like I go through it here and there whenever I can. Um, and so this dredged up a lot of those emotions, which is why I didn't mention them the other day. And I mean, I debated, I talked to Jason about it, I talked to a couple other people about, how do I do this? How do I do this now? Should I do this now? Is it warranted? And then the whole time my feelings are saying, yes, yes, you're tired of carrying the baggage. Yes, you need to address these things so I can unload them. So I'm tired of carrying them, you know? This has been a very chaotic, crazy, just traumatic and emotional roller coaster. And it affects me. It affects my fiance, our children. It affects my mom, my dad, my brother, my aunts, my uncles, everybody who loved Tylee and JJ and Charles and Joe Ryan and Tammy Daybell. This affects us. I'm going to speak for myself though, because I'm not speaking for anybody else. It affects us every single day. This is our life. This is not something that we chose to do. It's not, we didn't choose to write a book about it. We didn't choose to create a podcast about it. We didn't choose to do these things. And now I'm not shaming anybody for doing that. Okay? I'm not shaming anybody for doing that. There's just a fine line between reporting on something, on a case. There's a difference between covering a case and writing a book about a case. Whatever it is that one wants to do. In fact, it makes me happy when people want to cover the case. I love I've watched so many other YouTube creators, not even just, there's other platforms, there's Facebook, there's Twitter, or X, I'm sorry. There's X, there's writing books about it. There are jury members, which I didn't make that clear the other day whenever I was ripping and roaring. There's jury members who have written on the case, and I have no problems. None. There's no problems. I don't have a problem with Leah Satilli or John Glatt or other people. I understand that these things are going to be written about, as they should, because it's important to get their stories out there. Okay? So I mean, that's where I stand on that. This is not about because she's writing a book. This is not because Peter and Paul and Mary are doing whatever. This is not about that. This is about how I feel exploited, in the sense that, not me really, but my family's situation, the whole tragedy, it gets exploited. And I mean, there's just no pretty way to polish that. There's no pretty way. It's ugly, it's disgusting, it's so sad. There's no good way. I don't think there is. Now, I mean, look, I was going to prepare for this, and I mean, I kind of did. I was starting to, and then I slept. I slept for, I don't know, as long as I could. Okay, that was soon after I scheduled the live. As I did, I slept until I couldn't sleep anymore. And then last night, I was fine, I guess. I think I was. I don't really know. I was fine until, uh, I have a text thread with my moderators, who are my friends. Okay, they're my friends, and very supportive, loving group of mod slash friends. Okay, who are advocates, and who are just, they follow the case. They know all the details. I don't have to I don't have to give like a a class. You have to take a primer or whatever just to kind of catch up to speed. They know. And I mean, and they don't even know that I know this, but it was in the text thread, and it was somebody had left comments yesterday under the live stream, right? Whenever you schedule a live, you can comment down below. And this person, I'm assuming they're speaking out of anger. That's usually where it comes from. And it kind of threw me for a loop. And then I started to get nervous about it. And so I started to second guess myself and like, why am I doing this? What am I doing this for? And if they only knew that I'm not in here to slaughter anybody, okay? I'm not. I don't hate Lori and Chad, and they murdered three members of my family, and even put my mom on their hit list, and I mean, that's just, it is what it is. I don't hate anybody. And I'm not here to tell you who you should follow and who you should not follow. Follow whomever you want. That is not my place to sit here and tell you who is good for you in your life and what. That's not me. I'm just saying, from where I'm at, this is what I experienced. This is how it was for me in real life, not just because somebody pissed me off and another creator. It's nothing like that. This is real life. It affects our real lives. And I mean, there's just no way around this. Okay. It is what it is. We didn't choose to be here, first off. But anyways, hey, how are y'all doing? Take a sip. Take a sip. So I want to pull the comments up because it really disturbed me. It hurt my feelings. And I mean, really, it's just kind of these knee-jerk reactions. Did I even? Okay, I did. Let me pull them up real quick if y'all hang tight. Pretty sure I did. But and it's like, in a I guess, in a sense, this is why I didn't say anything before, because, oh my god, there's people who are popular, um, in the case, and, it's like, how dare I stand between them and their view of their favorite creator or whatever it is that, they feel loyal to, or I don't know. I really don't know how to explain that. Okay, here, finally. And I mean, I don't even know if I want to display their name or anything, but hey, it was public. So let me pull that up. Oh, come on. Okay, there it is. And I mean, I've seen this person throughout the entire case. So I know that there's somebody who has, followed it from the beginning. I do know that. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. Anyways, I guess my goal here today is to share my feelings. So I was gonna go into detail and pull up emails and pull up screenshots and yada yada yada, but I've shoved it down so far, for so long now, that it's so deep, and it hurts. It hurts coming out. It hurts looking at it again. It hurts revisiting it, knowing that it even happened, because I do like to just kind of, put it behind me, and except it's not behind you whenever you're like, yeah, it's caused a lot of pain. And my goal is to just share, as I've done in this entire thing, is um I've shared, my entire experience. But it's not like I'm not doing you a favor, is what I'm saying. I'm not like, okay, well, she's sharing her experience, so I'm not doing. It's not like a favor for y'all or anything. It's just, if you want to follow, if you want to kind of not follow, but kind of go along with this whole thing with me, then I'm pretty much open. I pretty much am, and I mean, that's just something that helps me as well. It also helps me to kinda document, journal, if you will, um, my experience in this. And, I mean, I'm not saying it's not easy. And, I really think that, just learning what exploitation is, and then um, maybe we can kinda check the list and see if how we're doing that in other cases, how we've done it in the past. I've done it in the past and just have been just unaware, because I've never been in that situation. So, it's not, and this has nothing to do with property. It has nothing to do with that. It was to do with the person for me, and it triggered me big time. Now, I don't regret, um, saying anything that I did. Um, I really don't, because that's my God honest opinion. I'm not gonna sit here and put an opinion out and then retract it unless I'm wrong. If I need to apologize, I've watched it several times to make sure, and I do that. I tend to kind of check myself, because I'm like, "Oh, I don't really remember during that live stream what all I said. Oh my God." And I've done that throughout this whole thing because of a cult, right? There's a whole cult. And I'm like, what about the rest of them? Okay. So on top of the not paranoia, but the self-awareness, okay, that's going on, because you don't know who jumps in your chats. You don't know. Okay. That it just, everybody's welcome. Um, you know, there's no paywall, there's no anything. You don't even have to be a subscriber to chat. It just it's when your aunt and her brother, and they kind of flip, they don't kind of, they flip out, and then people in your family start dying or become missing and then end up, dead. Then, to find out my mom's name was on their hit list, had a zombie name and all. I mean, I think it's a legitimate and valid source, and just to watch out, to be self-aware, to kind of, we're in here and we're under pseudonyms or whatever. And I mean, I get it, I get it. But I mean, you tend to pick up on people's personalities, where they're coming from. I try not to take things out of context, but it's really easier to do with, when somebody texts you or reading a comment, we can really take things out of context really quick. And I mean, it is what it is. I just try not to do that. And I really don't like blocking people. It's not I don't like silencing people. I don't like to be silenced. Just, how do you know that it's not taken out of context? Just like this person here. How do I know it's not taken out of context? But this was just kind of what, threw me. It threw me back, of course, Anyways, and so, it's inner visions, okay? And then it seemed like they clapped back at JoJo. JoJo is a member of this community. Again, I've seen inner visions around all over the place. My brother used to love Alf. I did too, but he had the little Alf doll and everything. So I mean, I recognize this person. And I mean, so I really don't even know what they're saying here. She probably knows how to use capitalization and punctuation. You sure don't. Then they come back at JoJo and quote, she's probably, unquote, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have no idea what they're talking about either. But right here it says, seriously, Kresha, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you turning this into some kind of war? Who gains from that? If you aren't in therapy, you should be. You are in hysterics. Okay. Okay. And then, I mean, seems like they came every 5 or 6 minutes or so. I don't know. I didn't count. But who gains? Well, Lori isn't the one who has a store. She's not selling merch. Don't act as if she's the only person to ever write a book about true crime. Anne Rule wrote dozens of true crime books. Okay. I mean, there's a couple ways to take this. First off, let me just go here, because these are the two that were aimed at me. Okay. And so there's nothing wrong with me. To answer your first question, I believe that we live in a time where we can share our own experiences, and it's not to start a war. Okay. I mean, it's these kind of snide remarks that there's nothing backing them. It's just angry. It's just meanness. It's just I don't know. Okay. So there's nothing wrong with me except for it's my own fault for holding things in and not just there was so much stuff bubbling up at the same time, having to do with the actual case, having to do with my actual family. It's not a case, it's my own family. Like, we were coming up, this was of course, this was, let me go back. This was 2021. This was I want to say April and May of 2021. There was a phone call, a recorded phone call that had happened between Sherry Dowdle and Awen Reese. No, I'm sorry. Sherry Dowdle and Melanie Gibb. Okay. And it's where Awen Reese had, I mean, I didn't pull all these things up because I was just like, I don't want to go that far into it. I just really don't, but this is, I mean, it's not even just hurt me. It's hurt other people, many other people in the process, and again, I've shared this before too with you guys, like, you know, as I've been sizing up all the people, in and around, uh, Lori and Chad's cult or whatever, their circle, I've, this is just, the, Reddit post, but I it's like I wanted to see where Chad and Lori's beliefs differed from that of the mainstream church, because I was just like, "Okay, well, that's what makes them a cult, right?" Right. Well, no, it's crazy, but and so that's my mindset. I went in with those with that, that was what I was gonna do. That was my mission. And, in doing so, I kind of in my peripheral, and this is just kinda how this other thing happened, with Awen Reese and with Lori Hellis, and then I was just like, "Whoa." When I looked up, I was just like, "Oh, crap," "Uh-oh, huh." I think this is kinda what's been going on, I'm not really paying attention to it, but it's just kinda in my peripheral, and then it kinda clicks for me, okay? And so, it just kinda seems to be the way my brain works, and I don't really know how to apologize for my brain working the way it does. So, um, and so, um, anyways, so what I noticed was, Awen had contacted me even and had let me know about this phone call that was had between Sherry Dowdle and Awen Reese. No, why do I keep saying that? Between Sherry Dowdle and Melanie Gibb. And, it's the one that's really egregious. It's like Melanie Gibb. It seems to be Melanie Gibb just doing like a practice run with her story. That's what it seemed like to me. But it was just really unkind. It was more of her true heart, I guess you could say, than what we've gotten whenever she goes in front of Keith Morrison or Nate Eaton or testifying in court even. So a dry run. There you go. Yes, that seems pretty on point. But anyway, so I mean, she had contacted me about that, and I was just like, "Oh my god. Oh my god." And so I start thinking, "Oh, no, I don't want." It's like a hot potato. You're just like, "I don't want it." "Not it, not it." Because all the things that this could cause by, let's say that and I mean, she did admit, Eowyn Reese did admit that she was working for Mark Means, okay? Um, and that was just kind of a gradual but kind of quick thing, and I know that some of you have, who have followed the case from the beginning and everything, you witnessed this too, but again, let me take a sip. It was just one of those, holy crap, what's going down, and I cannot stress this enough, that this is not just information. This is not views. This is not for celeb status or to be popular. I'm the most non or unpopular person of everybody, because I don't know. I'm just raw and rugged. I'm not a very articulate person, but I'm loyal, and I really, really dig in and, deal with a lot of all the weird stuff, like the beliefs of these people, and just how they're connected, and that they are connected. And, to me, that's been important in figuring out the whys, of why Lori and Chad did what they did, why these people flock around together, and then who they're associated with. I mean, that's kinda, I don't know, I find that very interesting from where I come from, from my perspective. And I mean, again, that's not for everybody. Some people just like, again, it's like true crime as a genre, and it's, entertainment, and that's again where you have to kind of weigh between, okay, but these are real people. This is real life. This is real life. for me, for my family. This is real life for all our families and everybody that loves or loved the victims. I mean, this is not um, tea or uh, the latest and greatest, and we're going to drop it here, and I, it's so gross in that sense. Okay. Um. Anyways, so I gotta pull this other thing up too. If you just bear with me, stop asking me that. uh, Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. My little air conditioner is blowing my hair and it tickles my face and it drives me insane. I hope y'all are staying cool. Y'all, it is hot. It's been hot, hot. It's time to change. Okay, I'm gonna pull this one up. I pull other ones up though too, because I want to kind of touch on those. Let's see. Home. Folders. Let me go to folders. Okay, folders. Here we go. And so I've been doing, and I mean, I've kind of done this along the way, but I've been kind of, I guess, um, trying to find out how, um, I can't put my words together again, um, exploitation can happen in true crime, right? That's not the right thing I just picked up. Let's see. Let's try this again. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of read this. And it says the true crime genre for stories and podcasts has risen in popularity over the last few years, intriguing audiences with the mystery behind the story. While these stories may be entertaining and provide some insight into the criminal justice system, there are many flaws behind this genre. Ethics are often shoved aside when producing this content, and the individuals involved in these stories are exploited for money and popularity on the internet. One of the main problems of the true crime genre is privacy invasion. Many producers fail to obtain consent from the people involved in these crimes. So they go behind their backs and write stories that don't actually capture important details. Plus, doing stories on past traumatic events can bring up unnecessary stress for survivors and set back the healing process that others have made. I think that many podcasters and story writers are insensitive to the fact that these are real events and have caused the devastating loss of many lives. And so, in this, if you recall, if anybody has watched the Netflix "Sins of Our Mother," uh, documentary on Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, um, this was a video that I had shared on my channel long ago. However, in the documentary, which I mean, you got to think too, I've even received a copyright uh, notice or whatever from Sins of Our Mother for using something from their documentary. I don't even remember what it was because I was like, I don't even have nothing. But first off, so I rebutted that with, I sent them an email saying, do you realize that, you use my entire almost my entire clip of my nephew JJ on the bus with Larry Woodcock with Popo. And it just so happens that my bonus son is, behind JJ. You can't really see him, but he does show he's actually digging in his nose if you really want to know the truth about it. Okay. And I'm just like, oh my God. So it's just like, okay. But I mean, nowhere did they ever contact me to even ask my permission to use the video, but they did. They used it and then they tried to copyright me, and I'm just like, that's a whole different situation, y'all, that I've got to master because it's annoying. because it's like, this is my family. I understand that it's like, it's very frustrating. Okay. But, let's see if it'll react. There it goes. I just kind of want to show you. And it lets us revisit this beautiful moment that I captured. Let me pass all that. See, he's digging in his nose.
The bus is coming. Passengers and
Oop. Okay. Oh, great.
we're getting full of all the time. Along the lines of I got it again. And we're taking off the coastal cottage.
So thank you for riding.
Okay.
Okay, why y'all eat it? All right.
Yeah, I was not very
Welcome
good
to
with this.
Coastal Crew Change.
Welcome to coastal cottage.
I'm your bus driver, JJ,
I'm the bus driver, Daybell.
and I'm also your MC.
I'm also if all side air. Yeah.
Woo!
Silas
Thanks
is
for
getting
riding
down on his
Coastal.
nose. Okay.
And I can go. I could. Oh, coastal cottage. Coastal cottage is all.
I just fixed this microphone.
Oh, sing it all.
Look, pull it away from your mouth a little bit, and we can hear you better.
Oh, no, oh,
I like to.
oh, I could all.
Say hi.
Oh,
Say hi to Mama and
hi, Mama.
Dad.
Hi, Dad.
Say miss you.
I miss you.
And we kind of miss y'all too, just a little bit.
You too.
But we're having fun.
We're having fun.
All right. Say bye.
Bye. Papa telling lies. No, Papa, open the one. Oh, oh, oh. Da 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 da
So cute.
da 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 da.
Say welcome to Coastal
Watch
Crew
it.
Change.
Say, turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
You need to go on American Idol.
Johnny as Papa.
But you got to do the Coastal Crew Change.
Is welcome to Coastal Crew Change. Welcome to Coastal Crew Change.
Hey, and say the driver is Papa Larry Woodcock.
The driver is Papa Larry Woodcock.
Say thank you
Thank you.
and come back.
Come back.
And pay your bill on time.
Yeah.
Pay your bill on time.
Okay, so I mean that's just it's just one. Ooh, okay, sorry. Okay, well, how did I get there? Let me go back. It won't let me. Let's see. Let's go here. All right. And so again, that's just one of the things that kind of it threw me for a loop because it's like these documentarians and I mean, again, I think their work is important. I think the story, telling their stories accurately, that's a whole other thing. When people, and this is just my opinion, you can take it or leave it. We have that freedom. Okay. You can take it or leave it, but this is just my take, is that whenever people say that this has nothing to do with the LDS Church or the belief system of the LDS Church, it's not to offend people. I'm not here to smash them together and be like, it's like putting them in that shirt, two kids in a shirt, where you make them make up or be nice to each other. I'm not sitting there doing that. I'm just trying to bring truth to the stories and the realities of Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy and Joe. Okay. It has all to do with it, and it has nothing to do with it. Lori, you know what I mean? Like Lori and Chad are, of course, the offenders. They are convicted, they're convicted killers of murdering their family members. Okay. It's on them. It's not like I'm saying that they're not accountable. They are so accountable. But there's the beliefs behind the church that they were lifelong member that they've been lifelong members of, that factor into this. And so if I mean, there's been so many creators, probably because of the discomfort that comes with it, because it's very uncomfortable, when you have a bunch of people in the comment section or in your chat saying this has nothing to do with LDS beliefs. And that's according to your experience. According to your experience, it does not. However, from the looks of it, and from, I mean, I'm not just flying off the cuff here. I've really dug into this really, really deep, many deep rabbit holes. Okay. And they're not closed. I revisit them from time to time after, I come up for air, and anyways. And I mean, this is just something that it has all to do with it. I found a lot of answers to my own questions in the belief system. I have. Okay. So if we don't ever acknowledge this fact and we just give it a hard pass, then we're not actually bringing what I think is justice and voice to the victims, to their stories. Okay. It's not the whole story. And that's why I do appreciate what Megan Connor does. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. So, and her and I kept her on the phone forever the other day. It was a good 4 hours, I think. So, anyways, but I mean, it's relieving whenever you find someone who you don't have to go over the it's not a precursor. You don't have to catch everybody up to speed. She just knows. And it's just like, because not everybody is going, and in your own family, not everybody's going through the same process as you. My mom and dad know a hell of a lot. Okay. They kind of know a lot about the story. However, they don't get all into the FOIA docs. They don't get all into that. So whenever, and not only that, but they don't always want to talk about it. Okay. So it's a relief to be able to talk to you guys, to be able to, just vent here, just bounce things off of you, and discuss these things. And it's really nice, to find Megan and just be able to relax and just kind of, and it's without judgment, because it's crazy. It is crazy. And that doesn't make us crazy. That just means that we have a lot of crazy, the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case is freaking crazy. Okay. It does not underserve in that department at all. So, it's it won't let me go back to it. So let me go. Okay. So I was just basically kind of sharing that for an example of how these things have worked and how, I mean, I have no say so, but this is my own video. I made it. I captured this, and I mean, I'm so glad that I was able to do that. Okay. When the kids were missing, I actually realized that I had captured this. Okay. A lot was happening around this time. I mean, this was in March of 2019. So this is whenever Mom and Uncle Charles had went to Arizona to pack him and JJ up, and move them to Houston. This is when, Mom was gone and she was packing Uncle Charles. Okay. And Lori walked in and she was like, she was talking to Uncle Charles, and she was like, she didn't know that my mom was there. And she was like, what do you mean your family? Basically like, you don't have a family. I am your family. I am everything to you because I'm a goddess, basically, and just to me, that's mental abuse, big time. But, and then she saw that my mom was there, and she was like, oh, KK, and she was even cried, that my mom was there, and just fake, and anyway, so that's whenever Mom had actually saw Melanie Gibb, anyways, I'm not here to tell her story though, but just when you put these things into perspective, I mean, that it blows my mind to put it into the actual timeline of the case, because I did capture this. We had cleaned the bus all damn day. Okay. It's a full project. And I used to love doing that because it was physical, and I enjoy physical work because my brain goes constantly. So physical work actually wears me out, and anyways, with my ADHD and everything, it just, I enjoy it. So, but it was just to show you guys that, nobody, these things happen a lot more than you actually think. Okay. And I mean, even, I actually have the entire Netflix, Sins of Our Mother. I recorded them, I screen recorded them, and I have them. I think I have it available to my members, but I'm not sure. I know for sure it's in Patreon, but if you don't have Netflix, or you don't have to be a member, just let me know and send me an email and I'll send you a link. I'm not trying to harbor the information. It's not just mine. I want to share that. So, but whenever I was rewatching it the other day, going through all this stuff, I have to open things up and I'm like, oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I listened to the entire Netflix, all 3 episodes, because it's been a while since I visited that. And there's a part where they're talking about how when Lori is in front of Melanie Gibb and kind of that home meeting where Lori is testifying, okay, and about her mission and how she's been a personal witness to Jesus Christ, okay, all that jazz. Well, there's a part, that Netflix even leaves out that exonerates the church and helps distance the church and its beliefs just from that huge documentary that gets a lot of views. And that's a lot of people. That's the only time they will ever interact or, come across the case of Lori and Chad. That's it. To me, they left out the part where if he comes at you once, if he comes at you twice, if he comes at you, where she's justifying murder because of, the scriptures. Okay. The very, very, what do you call that? The very specific scriptures at that, you don't really get that out of the Bible. Nephi, Laban, those are very Mormon. Okay. And so again, a lot of times it gets passed off as, being the Bible, and I'm like, they're not just Bible beliefs. These are Book of Mormon. They're very specific, and not just in this case, but in other cases as well. Just like the couple's ruse, that is basically, we've been married before in a past life. That's the same thing. So, I mean, we've seen this happen also in Tim Ballard for sure. Julie Rowe also. But again, to me, I just don't like I know that it's uncomfortable. So there's got to be a way to be able to share their stories, to retell their stories effectively and what's the word I'm looking for? More honest, I guess, or whatever. More of the reality, more truthful, without excusing some things. Because if we don't ever even address the fact that it is involved, that Mormonism is involved, then how can we ever get to the bottom of it? How can we ever find the root problem? And how can we ever make change from that if we never even allow ourselves to, okay, just because they're crappy doesn't mean that I'm crappy. I'm a Mormon. I believe, but that's not how I believe. So I want to stand up and really show and share how their beliefs are different than mine. If not, I want to get to the root cause of this, and I want to dissect that and put an end to it, so these things don't happen anymore. But anyways, furthermore, the widespread sensationalism of stories like these numbs consumers to such horrific events and blurs the line between entertainment and reality. I believe that such heavy topics should be considered news, not entertainment. If podcasters and other producers turn lethal crime into amusement for public consumption, the human cost of these crimes becomes overshadowed. In my opinion, finding entertainment from non-fictional brutal tragedies should not be normalized, especially when the deep-rooted problems behind these devastations aren't addressed. Okay. And that's I mean, there's not a lot of oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go mute myself so I can okay. Anyways, sorry for my Vallow. That's the Vallow family cough. That's what our we're chronic throat clearers. Okay, Uncle Charles was one of the worst. But I'm sorry for that. So again, I mean, I think we do become desensitized to it, and the shock value is no longer there because it's like everybody's trying to one up each other. And in today's society, everything is at at your fingertip, information is right there. And I really think that it's gonna, maybe not so much now, but our children and our posterity to come, they're going to be affected by this and trying to top it and top it. And I mean, that's not going to end well. So another thing is too is that whenever we're trying to just even cite from a case or read the files in a case, we can't even say the proper terms, like murder, like pedophilia, like those words that are, I mean, it's what the law calls them. Yet we are shadow banned and or censored. It sucks to be shadow banned. I'll tell you that right now. I stay shadow banned, okay, because I don't want to dilute it because it's not. They didn't pass away. Okay. It wasn't a natural death. They weren't natural deaths. They were brutally murdered. Okay. They were sex trafficked. They were exploited to the nth degree. They um they were abused. That's another trigger word that will get you demonetized and or censored and or shadow banned. Okay. So I mean, why can't we even use these labels that they label them? They're accepted in the legal community, okay, and yet we have to sit here and call it grape and corn. You know what I'm saying? It's very silly to me. That doesn't make sense. So enough of that. But another problem that I find especially alarming within the true crime community is the glorification of serial killers. There are many communities online that praise and look up to the murderers, and I believe this is due to the way they're portrayed in true crime media. Many podcast channels produce merchandise relating to the crimes they talk about, which is absolutely beyond me. Not only is it directing the focus of these crimes on the perpetrator rather than the victim, but just imagine you are mourning the death of a family member who was brutally murdered and you see t-shirts with their killer on them in public. Profiting off of others' experiences should not be considered acceptable, and I think social media platforms should do more to censor this content. Again, it's like, I don't know. There's a thin line. There's a thin line, and I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. I can only speak to my experience, I can. And I mean, if I do make it all about the victims, then it's not, again, I'm not a very popular, and I'm not here for popularity, so don't get it twisted, okay? But it's just, everybody, I won't be able to tell their stories to as many people. I don't really know how to put that, I don't have this figured out, okay, first off. So, I mean, I'm open for suggestions and constructive criticism. I want this to always be a space where you can feel comfortable, where you feel like you don't have to be a certain way. You can really share how you really feel and not be critiqued for it or criticized or banned or whatever, you know? Anyways, violence has become glamorized on the internet, with many creators producing content that steers away from the original point entirely. I don't know who wrote this, by the way, now that I'm reading it. I don't know. For example, there's a TikTok account called Cookies and Crime that tells stories about violent crimes while making cookies related to the true crime. Oh, to the true crime. Oops. I think that channels like this are entertainment gone wrong. If they were to talk about the deep-rooted problems associated with these crimes, I think the morality of the content would be less questionable, but making a profit off of stories that aren't yours is in poor taste. Again, I don't know who wrote this, and I wish I would have wrote it down. All in all, I think that while there are a few documentaries and podcasts that appropriately address crime stories, the vast majority miss the mark and harm people involved for some type of profit or popularity even, or I don't know what it is. We as consumers hold some sort of power over the media that is popularized, and I think we should consider the impact of the content we consume. I don't know. I'll have to trace back where I got that because and so again, this kind of goes now. I did get emails, that I was like, thank God these people emailed me because it helps. It helps me to put the story together, like to because I don't know. I don't know if it's trauma related or and I'm ADHD on top of that, and just all the things. I mean, it's a blur for me. I've shared that so many times before that it all kind of runs in together, and it's hard for me to put things into a timeline or, that would make me more effective in sharing my point of view with you, But I mean, it's things like this right here where I had gone on Web Sleuth. Okay. Please go and subscribe to Web Sleuth. She's been pretty much the only YouTube creator, for the most part, that has extended her platform to me to be able to share my side of things. I think that's so nice, and it's been nice to be able to have just that space to go to. Okay. Where other than that, people don't even know that I exist. They don't know that I'm JJ's aunt, that my brother was JJ's biological father, that Kay and Larry are my parents. They just kind of, I don't know. I really don't know. And I mean, again, I'm nobody special. I'm not sitting here saying that I have anything that is special. Okay. I'm not saying that. But I am a member of this family. Their crimes affect my life directly. Okay. So I just think that counts for something. I don't really know. It just seems like it didn't just happen to Kay and Larry. This didn't just happen to the people that are mainstream. Okay. I guess you could say. It didn't just happen to Annie. It didn't just happen to Kay and Larry. It didn't just happen to Aunt Vicky. It didn't just happen, to Heather Daybell. It happened to many of us. And just because you don't know who we are doesn't mean that we don't exist. It doesn't mean that we don't, find ourselves on Facebook or X or YouTube, listening to your videos, looking through the comment section, on Reddit. It doesn't mean that we don't go searching, and that's, everybody has their right to grieve how they want to. I respect that. I do. Totally. This has just been, the way I chose it. I never set out with a direction. I was just like, I don't really know. And I still really don't know where I'm going. I mean, I've shared that over and over again. I don't have an end game. I'm just going until I can't go anymore. It's a vow that I made to my Uncle Charles, mainly to my Uncle Charles. When he died, it was just a vow I made that I would never stop until everyone and then it became Tylee and JJ too, with my family's blood on their hands. I would not stop until those people are exposed, because they're definitely not locked up and they are being excused. for some really heinous and bad behaviors, and I'm not for that. And I'm just want to be a woman of my word, whatever that looks like. To me, it's just been to share this with you guys. Whoever wants to listen can listen, whatever. It's just, I appreciate you being here. But I mean, that's where I'm going with this. It's not to write any best-selling books, or it's not for popularity. It's just, this is my family, my lineage, my family, my promises that I made to my dead loved ones, and I intend to honor them and honor my promise. But okay, so I had just been on Web Sleuths, and this is September 12th, 2021. It doesn't say that, but I'm telling you. And so I just appeared on there with Jen. This is whenever I first mentioned the second anointing, and I'm admitting that I did not know that much about the second anointing at that point. I just mentioned it because I was like, this is wrong. The whole second anointing is a secret, or a sacred to a Mormon. Okay. But it's secret. Okay. And it's a ceremony that not even everyone in the general membership knows about its existence. Not everybody knows it even exists. And then those who do, they just chalk it up to some things I've heard are like, oh, those are just for the older elite. They donate a lot of money to the church. I've heard all kinds of different stories. And I mean, again, it's not even told to their general membership. It's secret. Okay. So where there are secrets, there's some bullshit going down. Okay. Especially in this case. And I can't sit here and prove that Chad and Lori went through a second anointing ceremony, but it sounds to me, Chad wrote about it in his James and Elena story. It to me sounds very much similar. Okay. Somewhere they got a new name, each, James and Elena, Lori and Chad, whether they were doing it by proxy for the dead or whatever. I just know that, in my opinion, and how I view it, is that this is what sparked and brought Chad and Lori together. Okay. It gave them in their minds, perhaps, this idea that, they were married before in a prior life or prior probations. Mormons don't tend to, they deny that. They say that they don't believe in past lives, in reincarnation. Okay. And I beg to differ. Okay. Again, it's just kind of how these things are defined. And it's very double speak. Okay. Because it's like, well, you kind of do because you believe in a premortal existence. Okay. And then you came to this earth life to get your body, and to achieve the mission that you had talked to Jesus about before coming into this world. Then you have an afterlife. Okay. There's 3 right there for sure. That's plural. Okay. So to me, it's just very like, okay, it's kind of like how Jason Mao and Melanie Gibb and Serena Sharp and Christina Atwood, how they all embrace this whole like-minded people phrase that they put out there. To me, it's very much like, okay, well, that's the definition under cult, like-minded people. So it's like they embrace these things, and then they just do whatever. And so anyways, it's really weird. It's hard to work around. Okay. So that, all that to tell you that after that live stream ended, and I mean, I was nervous about even mentioning it. I got the Jesus card after that. Somebody put a Jesus card inside my house. Okay. A missionary. And it has the number. I've shared it on here so many times. So I keep it right here as a reminder that, I was sleeping and this card got into my house. I don't think it spontaneously just appeared. Okay. I don't know. But anyways, for what it's worth, I just kind of keep that in the back of my mind to just kind of be self-aware and to not be complacent with my surroundings. Okay. So I got this through my Facebook Messenger, a message from Lori Hellis, and September 12th. And she said, "Hi, Kresha. I just saw your post about the stuff you found on Web Sleuths. I'd love to know more. It sounds like something I should be researching for my book. Cheers." And I'm just like, nowhere. And I mean, as cautious as I've been, if she even knew me a little and maybe watched my channel a little, which I don't think that they have. I don't think that she has. I just really don't. And maybe she does. I really don't know. It just doesn't seem that she knows me, because as cautious as I've been, nowhere in there has there ever been a, "Hey, are you okay? Do you feel safe?" It's never been like that. It's never been comforting or like, "Hey, I've got your back." It's just more and more people I have to watch out for. And that's pretty intense if you really think about it. I mean, I was always a person to keep my circle small. Okay. But I really have kept my circle small, so to speak. I'm very leery about who I trust, if I can trust, and then sometimes you just have, I can't just throw it all out with, the bathwater with the baby, or the baby with the bathwater. I can't do that, because then I'm letting Chad and Lori win. Okay. So, I mean, I did message her back after this. And I mean, again, it still wasn't like, "Hey, if you ever need anything, I'm here," it's just very disingenuous to me. The color, I'm sorry, it went with the book. And so this was an email I got from somebody. I didn't know if they wanted me to mention their name. So I erased where their name was. But this kind of confirmed things of what this is what I already had figured out had happened. Okay. And so this person is from Australia, and they said this was post my emails to Rob Wood regarding Mark Means, not remembered, but reminded through Lori Hellis's email. I believe I contacted your mom late April 2021 or early May 2021 through my Facebook Messenger account with my name. I'm not wanting accolades, merely offering some substantiation of my other email. Again, a bar member, a lawyer, Lori Hellis, did nothing regarding this matter. A nobody from Australia alerted the prosecution of Mark Means and Awen Reese collusion. And then, so I kept on, oh, that's the same thing. And so they sent this, and I didn't print. Yeah, I did. Okay, I did. So this is the email that this person had sent. Okay. This, oh, that's the same thing. Okay. So that was just a screenshot of that. Okay. I'm sorry. And y'all, if I remember it like it was yesterday, January 4th, 2022, was it 2022? Yes. It was whenever defense was trying to, what do you call that? I can't think of the word, y'all. They were trying to basically poo-poo on Rob Woods and exclude him. I can't think of the word. It'll come to my head. It'll come to my mind. Disqualify. Okay. And this is when me and Mom traveled to Rexburg, actually. It was my first time going there. So I don't know. I'm a deep person. I needed to be there. I needed to be there since the kids were found. That was just my reaction, was I need to be there. I need to see where they went. I need to walk where they walked. I need to make peace with that. I need to make peace with the property, because there's so many feelings and emotions tied to that. So many. Okay. And then, there's all the other things that factor into it, that make it crazy. But, anyways, So let me okay, this is the same person, and they said this to me on August, and thank you, by the way, Australian person. I don't know if you want me to share your name. Okay, so good morning, Cresta from Australia. A little tidbit that you can verify with your mom regarding Lori Hellis. I messaged your mom, and so I'm not saying that my mom got this message. I don't know. I haven't gone that far. I try not to drag everybody else into it. I messaged your mom via Facebook way back when Doughboy, I can't think of his name, was representing Lori regarding him in cahoots with a YouTuber called Awen Reese. Okay. I have this all whack. Sorry. It's been a while too. And then they put, okay, so there's just an extension. She touted that she was writing his motions after contacting him regarding his poor grammar and spelling. I remember that. This was Awen Reese had contacted Mark Means regarding his bad grammar and his spelling. She bragged she had insider information. She bragged that she had insider information, knew Lori Vallow Daybell's psych assessment, his strategies in defending her, and she was helping him. And I mean, a lot of us remember this, right? And then they said, so sorry. I had already contacted Lauren Matthias and Lori Hellis directly, individually, and I warned Lori Hellis I was going to contact Rob Wood directly if she, as a bar member and representative of the court, let me clear my throat. Yeah, a lot of us do, a lot of us do remember this. A lot of y'all do. And so it's going to be validating, I think, for a lot of us. And again, I'm not bringing up anything. My friend Jen, actually, somebody had text messaged her that she should watch my video because it was in my live stream, the last live we did, which was last Monday. And then I took out of that and I broke it down to where it would just be all about, here's the Lori Hellis stuff. Here's, what I normally do every week. Okay. Here's my normal research. And then here's this Lori Hellis stuff. Because some people don't want to, some people have their preferences. But anyways, so she watched it. Okay. But then Donna texted us in our text group, with my other mods / friends. Okay. And she was like, Jen's live. And so I booked it over there and I listened to her finally be able to tell her experience, to share her experience in all this crap. Okay. And I'm so glad. I'm so thankful. And I hope that it was healing for her. It was healing for me just to hear her say it out loud. Jen had made a video and it was about true crime and exploitation. And she married the two, right? She was like true crime and exploitation in the Vallow Daybell case, because I had shared with her things that were bothering me that just weren't right, and I mean, I'm just so, if you haven't seen her video on her experience with Lori Hellis, I urge you to go and check that out because it's a lot to do with what was going on for me as well. I mean, it was, yeah. It was, yes. That was so crazy. Ewan gave up her channel when that all came down. She did say she was sort of enamored with him being a sort of celebrity. Right. But, and this is just me, and I don't know if this is just my perception of it. I don't know. I don't harbor any anger with Ewan for some reason because, and I mean, I'm just being honest with you guys as always, right? I'm just saying it because I'm not on anybody's side, you know? I'm on the victim side. I mean, if we do have to pinpoint it, I'm on truth side. I want the truth to come out of this because that's the only thing that does justice to Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe's voices, to their to their actual reality of why they had to die, what they experienced, why this happened. Okay, I don't give a shit. I mean, that's just where I was at. And I mean, again, that's just me. I'm not like, so Awen did tell me, that she was gathering some information. I mean, this is just to the best of my memory, and my memory is not that great. So let's just put that there. Um, it, it was, I appreciated the fact that she was upfront, you know, like, this is what I'm doing. And I was like, okay, I really don't care how it comes out as long as it comes out. And it still did not come out, by the way. I'm just saying that. It still did not come out. And that's so depressing, because a lot of this, I don't know, it gets muddied. It gets conspiratorial, even, it gets bad juju, bad vibes, I mean, Sherry Dowdle. And I mean, I should do interviews too. I know I really suck at this, but, um, and get Awen's, um, what happened. I want maybe let her tell her own story. And then I know that Left Undone, Kathy, to let you tell your side, how it happened, because, and then, other people too, because it was different for everybody. And I think, being in this community, and especially for, with this case and everything, and it is a group effort. It is a community. It is a tribe, I mean, and a village and all those things, because it is. There's no way. I used to be so intimidated by the fact that that it was a high profile case. I was like, oh my God, you know. But I also, on the other side, on the flip side of that, I also cannot imagine going through something like this without a village, without you guys. Okay. It just, I don't know. I can't imagine it the opposite way, yeah, I appreciate, hey, Troublemaker Baker, I'm glad you're here. And I am sorry, by the way, again, I've said some really ugly things, and I'm sorry. I just saw that last night again in my screenshots, and I was just like, oh my God, you're such an asshole. Talking to myself, right? I am. Because I do appreciate what everybody brings to the table. I do. I appreciate what Lori Hellis brings to the table. I do believe that she provides good commentary, kind of, to guide you through. And I don't speak legalese, okay? I know a lot more now than I did a year ago, a day ago, 5 years ago, and so on. But so I believe that everybody has good to contribute, okay? But just sometimes egos get in the way, and you can't do that, not whenever there's people's freedom on the line. Let's just say, like, Jason walked me through this last night, because I was like, what could have gone wrong? What could have gone wrong with this recording? Okay. And he was like, and again, he's not a legal professional. This is just from his point of view. And I see him in here too. But whenever there's this recording floating out there, and let's say it was leaked from Mark Means to a YouTube creator, like it appears to have been done, okay? It's like, what could have happened from that? you know, and Jason was like, it could have caused Lori to walk free. It could have caused Chad to walk free. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, these things have real life implications, real life consequences. And so we got to do better. We got to be better about this. Okay. Again, I'm not a legal professional. I'm not a professional of much of anything. Okay. But I'm just saying that, I'm just saying that it's, you have to treat, you know, if this lands in your lap, you end up with a recording, call the police, report it. Okay. It's not tea. And I'm not saying you, I pinned that because I love your comment. It's not tea. It's not, you heard it here first. You heard it here only. It's, it really does have some real life implications. And I mean, I can't imagine if Lori would have got out of damn jail. Can you imagine? Okay. These are murderers. Okay. And it's just like, whoa, it's real life. Yeah. I still go back and watch her. I was just in there the other day, actually. Mm-hmm. And I questioned her death. Even I was like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to combine the two, but I don't think I didn't think about it. Don't think I didn't think about it. Another thing that just reminded me too, and I'm sorry to say it here, but I got to say it right now or I'll forget. But aren't y'all surprised also? Because like that John Pryor didn't bring up coronavirus, you know, for Tammy. I just assumed that, you know, she was right. She died, her and Alex both died right before coronavirus came out. And I was just like, I could see him tacking on to that. And it was interesting to see what he did not do, you know, just saying. It's crazy. It's a crazy damn case. But anyways, so right here at the bottom, you know, it says, as a bar member. Okay. And I'm like, is that like a mandatory reporter? You know, are they mandatory? Do they have to report these types of things? And I don't think about these things, you know, unless I'm kind of forced to, or have to, or, you know, actually have to sit down with it. And Jason was like, yes, you know, and I'm like, so it's just like a doctor or someone in the medical field when they have to take the Hippocratic oath, you know, like, I guess that they cannot pass anybody by without providing, you know, if they're in distress or dying, then they have to provide life-saving measures, you know. And he was like, yeah, they have to report it. So the only thing I could think of is that perhaps, and this is just perhaps, I'm just speaking from a lot of inexperience here, but it would appear that maybe Lori Hellis could have reported this to the bar. I don't know if she did or did not. I'm just saying. So if that is what one has to do whenever they are a legal professional and a bar member, you know, then I don't know. I don't know. Y'all know more than I do. So, yeah, I know, Lamisa. I know that. And that's what started all this, was that Lori Hellis did that video last week. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, I broke it down here. I've shared it on my channel. Even broke it apart where you don't even have to watch the whole live stream to watch it. It's just, you know, I'm just like, okay, so we need to be mad at the people who are buying it or something like that. I'm not good at quoting people either. So I'm just saying that up front. But it just was a weird live stream. She said that she didn't care what my mom thought. She said that basically she didn't care what I thought either, even though somebody brought my name into it and I had nothing to do with it for the first time. Just saying, that I had nothing to do with it. I didn't say anything. I didn't make a tweet. I didn't do anything. But my name got mentioned, and I mean, I'd have defended my mom anyways, but not that she don't put, we didn't even talk about this yet. Okay. So just know that. Now, I did ask mom before we went live, because I'd heard it on Web Sleuth last night that, and I mean, she didn't say who her source was. So, you know, and so my girls had mentioned to me, you know, that maybe we should get this verified. So I had sent my mom a text. I said about to go live and wanted to ask if the property owner of the Daybell property reached out to you because I heard they had, but it wasn't sourced. I don't care to know the details, just want to know if they did or not. And she says, yes, they did very recently. Bada bing. I mean, it's very simple. Okay. And I said, okay, thank you for verifying. All right. So, as you know, I did verify that through my mom. Now, I don't know about any other family members. Again, my thing has not been about the property so much. It was the deliverer of the news. Okay. And I mean, let's see. I'd made a couple of these things, you know. I made this one, you know, which is just the Daybell house, right? And then, you know, these are some thumbnails I was playing around with, how not to buy a murder house. And then I'd found this, how not to buy a murder house. Okay. I'm a smart ass in there somewhere, right? That is just my personality. And it's just, I don't know where Lori Hellis got looped into this. I mean, in my opinion, she looped herself into it. I'm not, I don't know if the owners put her up to it. I doubt it. You know, it just doesn't seem right. And again, it's not, I don't care. You know, I mean, I don't have say so about these things. I just don't. I mean, I've come to terms with that a long time ago. I'm just a proud pot stirrer, right? so, you know, no, I'm sure that Lori Hellis means well. It just would be nice. First off, I think it would be nice for an apology from her to my mom. Honestly, that's just me. I think that she spoke very ignorantly and very unemotional. Like, just it was mean. You know, what? It was just a weird argument. Okay, very weird. Let me pull this up too. All right. So I pulled up these emails, but I'm not going to, I didn't get to erase the name or censor the name. So, okay. I already shared that one. It's hard for me to read and do this. And I have a hair tickling my eye, right? First world problems. Okay, so got that one. And so they said this was my post. And this was, okay, I already read that one too. And then I'm not very, I don't really do emails. Okay. So I don't know how to work my way around them very good. And so I think I went to add this backwards is what I did. And so this is basically what they said, May 30th, 2021. Okay. And it was to Rob Woods. Mr. Wood, please find attached an email string between Lori Hellis and myself regarding disturbing information that I have received via another party, and have the screenshots of the other party's conversation with me. I am greatly alarmed that Awen Reese, a YouTube creator, is receiving sealed documents from Mark Means, as well as alleged leaked discovery. I am most happy to forward all relevant information I have in my possession for your discretion, and and am most comfortable discussing anything you wish to know within my direct knowledge. Kind regards. And they signed it and their address and everything. So now this is from Lori Hellis to this Australian person. And Lori Hellis had said, wow, Lee. Oh, I said Lee. I'm sorry. You are so right. It has to stop. She told me she received documents from Mark Means that had been sealed by the court. I told her repeatedly that she was making a huge mistake. I'm glad you are forwarding the information to the DA. Thank. And then this, again, I'm probably reading it backwards, but okay. I'm from a small town. Okay, we didn't have to do all this stuff. Email threads and stuff. I don't quite get it. And so that was to this person in Australia saying, to sending this to Lori Hellis, May 29th, 2021. They had wrote, thank you for your direct and clear response. Unfortunately, the YouTube creator is a braggart. 3 things. She knew about the incompetent ruling before it was a thing and called Kay to give her a heads up and even stated she could get in trouble for divulging it. She knew Melanie Gibb was being subpoenaed day and time and informed someone who was in Rexburg visiting to go to the courthouse steps and watch her get subpoenaed. She is bragging that she may be writing his filings from here on out, and if they change from his usual style, it's probably her. She bragged that if she gives MM a little sugar, he spills all to her. She got her hands on the Melanie Gibb and Sherry Dowdle recorded call from January 2020, and Sherry is accusing her directly for working for Mark Means in another creator's Facebook group. You've been mentioned along with Lauren Matthias, having been informed prior to public knowledge of incompetency by the YouTube creator. I have all the receipts and I need you to help me here. I have not read this yet. As an aside, I'm going to forward it all to the prosecutor on that case, as this YouTube creator and her association with the defense attorney are jeopardizing the accused's right to a fair trial and may taint evidence going forward. Yeah, big time. I contacted Kay directly when I first believed the MG/Sherry Dowdle call was released by SD herself. I also sent through all information I had about the recorded call being exposed in public to the prosecutor for his discretion. I am sending what I have documented to the prosecutor this afternoon, my time. I cannot in good conscience do anything and have more and more evidence end up inadmissible at trial through people becoming overzealous for information, right? Talk soon. And they signed off. May 30th, 2021. Good morning. This is from Lori Hellis to that Australian person. Good morning, blank. This isn't hypothetical, and I just emailed Kay Woodcock about what I assume is the same situation. I've agonized over what to do about it. I'm curious to know how you found out. The creator and I exchanged emails and text about her involvement with the attorney. And I repeatedly advised her not to get involved with the defense attorney. It bothers me that her followers, including members of the victim's family, don't know that she is working for him. She has even recruited followers to work with her on a research project. I was one of them. I'm sure that information will go directly to the defense. And she put thanks. And then on May 29th, from this person to Lori, they said, hi, Lori, I have a hypothetical question that requires an experienced legal mind to unravel for me. I did go at this backwards. I'm sorry. I think if a defense attorney who is currently representing a person on conspiracy charges and has murder, conspiracy to murder, and grand theft charges pending, leaks case leaks case-related info to a YouTube creator. Is that not unethical and potentially illegal? Would it be wise to forward the factual evidence of the YouTube creator disclosing this to a family member of one of the victims and another witness of this occurring to the prosecutor in this case? Oh my God, it sounds messy. I await your response. Kind regards. And they signed off. Oh, I don't even know. I hope I'm not jeopardizing anything by sharing it. It freaks me out, y'all. I've always been of the opinion, okay, this entire time, I don't want to know anything that I'm not supposed to know. I don't want any tea. I don't want an insider scoop. I don't want to know the information unless I'm supposed to know that information. And until it's time for me and other people to know that information, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It is freaky, and oh my God, it trips me up big time because there's so much on the line. There's so much on the line. I don't want it incorrectly. Like I don't want it from a not good source, like I want it the right way, ethical, above the, oof. Anyways, just think about that. Like all the things that it could cause. And I mean, this is my family. And so those are Lori and Chad are my family's murderers. And people disappear when they are free. That freaks me the hell out big time. It freaks me out. I just, to me, what it looked like, and again, I was going through my own shit, Jason had a thoracotomy. Let's go to 20. Well, wait, hold on. I gotta do my little timeline in my head. It was 2020 when Jason had his thoracotomy. Because, yeah. And that's huge. Okay. A thoracotomy is huge. Didn't realize it even at the time. I just was like, okay, yeah, he's in surgery. But it was huge. It was right before coronavirus came out. Right before, as it was actually on the news. Okay. And I was like, asked the nurse while he was in recovery. I was like, and we were on the pulmonary floor at that. Okay. Okay. And so I'm like, the nurse came in and I was like, hey, y'all worried about that? And she was like, no. Holy crap. Okay. And then we were masking up and people were dying and all the things. Okay. Such a weird time on top of that. Well, that's the same exact time that my parents they flew out of Lake Charles or whatever, Louisiana, to go and be in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho, for whenever Lori was to appear in court that first time. Y'all saw it. I saw it. We saw it. Oh my God. That's one thing I have to thank coronavirus for, is providing, it made the courts kind of welcome us to Zoom and StreamYard here, and to sharing court hearings and not having, I can't afford it. I mean, I can't. So that's the whole point of my merch store. That's the whole point of anything monetized here. Okay. I don't even break even, in the hole still. So, but I'm not counting either, it's, I guess, to anybody that has a problem with it. I mean, it affects my life. I'm not, it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm exploiting my nephew or Tylee or Charles. Let me know if you think that I am. I mean, cause I really fight with myself about this. I really think things over and over and over again on this for sure, because I don't ever want to do that. I can't do this for free. I mean, shit costs. Okay. It really does. I mean, that in the real world, it does. Love, you can't live on it. You can share it, but it costs. Okay. I wish it was. I wish it was free. But anyways, back to what was going on. Okay. So yeah, that was in 2020. The kids were found June 9th, 2020. We had 2 hurricanes also 2020, Trauma Tour 2020. Okay. Then we moved into 2021. Me and mom went to Rexburg. It was actually supposed to be a court hearing that Lori was appearing in, but because of the defense wanting to, they filed a motion or whatever to have Rob Woods disqualified. Okay. So mom, we decided to go ahead anyways, which was, I needed to be there. Again, I told you, I just needed to make peace with the land, make peace with, to walk where they walked and see what they saw. I just needed to, for my own need. Okay. My own grief, whatever. And it was time that I finally got to spend with my mom, just one-on-one. She drove us through a damn blizzard. Okay. And she was fussing at me the whole time. We ended up in Dubois, or I don't know how to say it over there, but because anyways, it was crazy. But it was also good to be able to spend time with my mom, because Lori and Chad, they've taken so many things. My parents are one of those things that they've taken, in the sense where, mom and Larry have, their mission in this, what they are called to do, so to speak. And we all have roles, in a sense. And this is mine over here. I'm just, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just difficult research. Okay. And I share here, we share here, and we just kind of toss these ideas around, talk about the case and all the weird stuff. For sure. That's what we do. Cleansing for your souls. There you go. That's a good way to put it. Tax, Max, Fax, Thunderclap. I like your name. Everybody say it. Tax, Max, Fax, Thunderclap. I love it. Thank you, Gene P. Oh. Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad that that warms my heart. It really does. I mean, that's something I used to enjoy doing, was art and crafts, and and making things, and and so that I do get to channel that a little bit and go and create things. And anyways, so I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. I'm so glad to see you. Let me see. You're always like, oh crap, I forgot. I missed another live. I'm like, poor thing. I'm kind of scattered. I need to go back to our Sundays, I tried it. I tried for the algorithm thing, but it is. It really is. It is. And I'm not, again, it's like, I'm not here. I think anybody that starts a YouTube channel, well, unless you become successful, you really don't. You really put a lot more into it. There's countless hours and time. That's what I do. As soon as when I'm not on here, I'm always either, I don't know how to log it, because, I'm not keeping up, but there's a lot to go with this. It was True Crime Unveiled with Jen, the last I checked. I don't know if any moderators are here, if they can share Jen's channel link, please. Yeah, I know. And I miss you guys too, just from going through the trial. Oh my God. I was so used to you guys. Thank you, Donna. I was so used to meeting with you guys pretty much every day. Some days I would sleep, but Donna right here, she rocked it, and she was on time. I'm not a very timely person. I'm not punctual. It's one of my downfalls, but she made it happen. So I really appreciate her for that. Oh, and she put it's unveiled with Jennifer Hollins. Okay. You do, Gene P? I do too. I mean, I don't know. I like to make things. I like to make things. Okay. But again, I keep kind of veering off. eh, there was because let me pull it up. I'm just going to pull it up because instead of having to explain it, I'm not very good at that. It's a long channel name. Ooh. Okay, pulled it up. Now let me pause it there. Let me share this with you. We'll just share a little bit of it because, and I'll grab the link right now. Hold on, I got to switch to this tab. This is my friend Jen, and I miss her a lot. But so many things have happened, and it was around the same time that let's listen. Let me shut up.
Okay, I think
speed it
I'm
up a little
live.
bit.
I'm hoping that I'm audible. I apologize because I'm actually sitting in the middle of a scrapbooking mess. Outer Darkness has been torn apart for some time. You'll have to forgive me, and I apologize because I know that I'm probably going it over someone else's live or whatever. And I don't mean to do that.
In
I've
the
never
chat.
liked doing that. But, oh gosh, I didn't think I'd ever be back. And I still don't know if that's the case. And I really hoped I wouldn't fucking cry. But when you marry an Italian, you take certain risks. And one of those risks is that you become emotional and you forget your British manners, which is to never show emotion. But, okay. Oh, this is so much easier when I have an outline.
Right?
This is obviously very unplanned, and I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it or how I'm going to deliver the information, and I may just completely fuck it up. But I haven't been even watching YouTube, to tell you the truth, and I'll just tell you how I'm doing. And thanks you guys for showing up. I'm gonna hide the comments just because you know how I get distracted.
Yeah.
The ADHD meds have worn off for the day. But I'll just start with telling you how I've been doing, which is not great. Not great at all. And not to get into details, but
thank you.
I'll just say that aside from like the mental health effects and feeling very, very lost most of the time and not able to really function. I don't know if I ever said this, but in the spring, I was notified that I was selected for a PhD program. And not only was I selected here with Aki in a healthy or any, and now just going back to my roots.
There's a lot of sleeping.
To come back, I have videos ready to go. I know I say that up and then right before Jack Russell.
Just trying to get to it.
Now that we don't have Ella.
Just like me. We do a lot of talking in the beginning.
I will tell more about that on my other channel. And I feel bad to say this, but like I cut off contact with.
Okay.
I got a text message yesterday.
All right.
And I feel bad to say this, but like I cut off contact with everybody in YouTube. Everybody who I called a friend, nobody has my contact information. And there are reasons for that I can explain later at another time, but I got a text and someone asked me if I had seen a video that my friend, Krisha, with Difficult Research had put out. And I said, no, I can't even go on. I can't even look at anybody's channel. And they encouraged me to go and watch it. And I said, I just don't know if I can. There's so much trauma around this subject that, you know, I'll see. But a few hours ago, I was like, okay, I'm going to watch it. So I listened to, oh God, I hate crying.
I hate that it bothers. I
But it
mean,
meant a lot. What Chris said. It did. And I miss her a lot. I do. I miss all of you a lot. So I'm going to add to what Chris has said. And partially because I feel like I need to get it out. I still don't sleep because of it.
this is bad.
I'm going to try not to sniff. I'm sorry. I don't have any tissues. Oh,
This
yeah, I do. I might. Hold on.
Friday. I'll have to look
Okay.
under the video.
So what Krisha was talking about was the way another YouTuber treated her, has treated her family. And I knew that. So I'm going to go back on the timeline. I'll get to my point. I will. And I'm just going to tell you kind of what happened up until I was hacked, which I still am. In fact, part of the reason I went to watch Kresh's latest video was because I pulled up my laptop, and once again, I have a managed profile in my settings that I didn't put on there. And it was put on there on August 13th, the day after, or the 13th. It was the day after Kresha posted her video. And I thought, what a coinkydink. That timeline, those timelines, different timelines always coincide, and they always have something to do with certain subject or people. So when I got on YouTube in, I think, June of 2021, I was on YouTube before. I was just doing like a stupid vlog because I was writing my memoir back when I could write. And I was quickly surprised that nobody else was talking about the religion behind the Daybell case. I mean, there were people talking about the religion, but they were really focusing on the cult, the preparing of people, the Melanie Gibbs, all of that, right? They weren't actually going on to like into Mormon doctrine. Mm-hmm. And I quickly found out after I posted my first video that there was a desire for people, the people had to learn more about the doctrine.
Yeah.
And so I think because of that, people kind of started contacting me out of the blue and send me emails. Like, it was weird. And at the time I was flattered, and, you know, I'd never really had something like that happen, right? I'd been posting these stupid vlogs forever, and like nobody would comment. Then all of a sudden I had people commenting and asking questions and reaching out to me. And so I kind of got this false sense of security that people were nice and that they were good and had pure intentions. Yeah, it's okay. Like, it's okay. You can be the
talking to a dog.
The LF is sitting here next to me eating gluten. But whatever. So I'll just see. I don't know if I can share it because I haven't been on here forever. So if I
let me skip forward. I know this is a good, you know, and I hate that I'm using her stuff, but
at all. Well, isn't that kind of what Hidden True Crime does? Like, isn't that their whole spiel? Like, they have the whole,
let's see,
you know, talked about this YouTuber, and she had written this blog post about this YouTuber that had been working with Mark Means and that blah, 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 blah. Well, she was doing it, in my opinion, to pass on the blame because she was just as fucking guilty. She wanted that diagnosis too.
I think, or she wanted something. I don't know if it was diagnosis, but she wanted something.
To me, is her just, that's who she is to me. It's my opinion again. So that stood out to me. But then there was also this, and it was the same person who said I could be on Mormon Stories. Like, they were somehow a booker for them. I don't even know, because never once when I used to watch that did I ever hear of this person at all. And I know enough about Mormon Stories that I don't even know if they were ever even in, if that was even a valid claim that they made. then they're saying, you should talk about the psychology about this situation. And I said, well, isn't that kind of what Hidden True Crime does? Like, isn't that their whole spiel? Like, they have the whole, I can't remember the name of that, I don't know, the picture test guy. And
Talking about the
I'm not
logo.
interested in doing that. Like, I have very limited, you know, that's not my thing. And then at some point they got comfortable enough. They were like, who are your sources? And I said, well, I'm my source. Like, I know the doctrine. Like, I was raised in it, I grew up in it, I know it. So I have books, and I was getting more books, and a lot of the stuff, that information that I got was actually not online. It was in books that I had, or
And she gave
had
me her book.
inherited, or had gone to the thrift store here at Desert Industries in Utah, which is owned by the church. It was like a lot of those books. And then of course I had, you know, my Book of Mormon and my Doctrine and Covenants, which is the key in this case.
Mhm.
And
So that's it.
So they wanted to know who my source was. I didn't know at the
Oh.
time that a lot of YouTubers, because it takes up so much time, that they don't have time to do their own research or their own scripting. So a lot of times they will hire researchers.
I
and
need
people
to
to
hire
write.
somebody just to write
And
my
I
shit.
really fucking wish I would have known that, because I would have just asked for that job. I would have loved to just be someone else's researcher and do all this. Like, you have no idea. And also it pays better. But
Let me
I mean, it pays better than what?
So some people are asking who this person is, and this is my friend Jen. She's like the only person that, again, I told you I keep my circle small. And so whenever I saw that Jen she had did a video about Lori Vallow testifying in front of her friends at Melanie Gibbs' house, okay? And all that gobbledygook, okay? Just all the, if it comes at you once, if it comes at you twice, if it comes at you 3 times, says it right here, you know, give me my temple recommend or I'm going to commit murder, that. And so I ran across that video that Jen had done. I want to say, she was called the L Mom back then. Okay. And, I approached her. I think, I don't know, I tracked her down, and it was like towards the end of July of 2021 when that happened. And then it's like ever since that happened, that was on the tail end of the Awen Reese thing that was going on in April and May, when the indictments were handed down, when Lori was deemed incompetent. All those things were happening at one time, and it was just like poo-poo. Okay, just straight shit fest. And I'm being honest. It was horrible. And that's whenever I kind of noticed in my peripheral, you know, I was just like, there's something about Lori Hellis that's just not adding up. And I think that Lauren caught on to that too, and she too distanced herself from Lori. Okay, that's just I don't know if that's really what happened. That's just my take on it. That's what it appears to be, but I could be wrong. But I was happy whenever I saw that Hidden True Crime back the hell up from that, you know, and like unchained that, you know, because just something wasn't right. It didn't feel right. It didn't appear right. Again, I wasn't looking directly at what was going on between the creators. It's just kind of like this was happening in my peripheral, and I was just like, oh shit. You know, when I pull my head out of my research, you know, I'm just kind of like, oh, could that have been what was going on? You know, and it just seemed real disingenuous, because to me, it appeared that Lori Hellis was really trying to exonerate herself. I hope I'm wrong. That, you know, maybe she was in with Awen Reese. Again, I don't know. This is my perspective, and it's just one-sided, right? So I think I am going to reach out to Awen Reese and other, you know, Left Undone, and see if they, you know, and we can maybe put this thing together, because it's huge, and it was huge, and it obviously is a source of trauma for me, to where I don't even, I just can't, I don't have the wherewithal to even get into it because it's so deep. I didn't realize how deep it was until after we did that live last Monday. And then, where I was just reacting to a video that Lori Hellis had put out about Chad Daybell's property. A lot of people are just like, it's just the property, and I'm like, it has nothing to do with the property. It's the person. It's the person and how she's just coming at everybody and my family, my mom and even myself, and it's just like, okay, it's just weird. Something's not right. And it just is it's confusing. It is. So whenever you do catch up, I'm so sorry. I don't have this, I don't have this. I kind of speak from the heart. And again, it's not like oh yeah, I'm very interested in Shanna Gardner. Oh my gosh. I watched Lauren yesterday. I mean, I'd watched it already. I watched the hearing Friday, but then I watched Lauren yesterday. And I mean, holy crap. Funeral potatoes? No. With the Melanie Gibb, they have a Melanie Gibb in this case right here that she's talking about Shanna Gardner. And she's an heiress. Shanna Gardner is an heiress to Stampin' Up is MLM, alleged MLM that is crazy. And anyways, and I don't have all the things to tell you all that, right now, but it reminded me when I first saw Shanna Gardner, the whole case with the Jared Brightigan, young father who just did a custody exchange. He brought his twins back to their mother on his way home with his little baby girl in the back seat with his, a child that he has with his new wife, Kirsten. She was in the back seat and he was driving home. Somebody, had staged a tire in the middle of the road. And so in the path of, where Jared Brightigan would be going home, his path home, they put a tire in the middle of the road. So he stopped, I'm sure as per plan. And whenever he stopped to move the tire, he was shot to death. And I mean, his daughter was right there in the backseat of the car. And so this was huge vibes to me of Melanie Boudreau Pulowski and Brandon Boudreau. It gave me those kind of vibes. And I was just like, oh, no. Then you find out there's Mormon LDS elements in there too. And the code words and holy crap. Yeah, we're going to be right there too. So you got me, for sure. I mean, there's quite a few, y'all know, it kind of went crazy with the LDS crime. I'm like, what's going on over here, But yeah, thank you. So anyway, so again, this is just kind of, I don't know. I'm not a very organized person. I don't do things. I wish. I depend on organized people to kind of help me out with that. I have ADHD, then the trauma and all these things with the case. There's so many things to know and recite and remember and rehearse and repeat that my brain is just like, I give up. So this was my friend Jen. She was basically someone I had contacted once I saw that she was covering kind of the Mormon element of this, and it made me feel so relieved again, kind of like with Megan Connor, and whenever she came on the scene, I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Like I'm not crazy. Cause I mean, when you get into this and you're researching so far down into this, I mean, sometimes I've checked with Jason. I'm like, I'm not effing crazy, am I? Like I'm repeating back what I read or what I saw, what I found. And I'm just like, I feel I sound crazy, but it's like, it's not my crazy, it's their crazy. So it's just, it's a deep mess and there's plenty to go around. It's a lot to make sense of, especially when it's a lot of nonsensical stuff, but there's just so many elements to this. But this was my friend Jen. Her and I became friends. I approached her And then it seems like, this was on the tail end of A1 Reese, on the tail end of the prosecutor, the Mark Means and John Pryor wanting to DQ the prosecutor. That's when we got the recording of Summer Cox Shiflett, and all that stuff, all that jazz. Okay. But right whenever I want to say, yeah, this was right before I went. So fast forward to April of 2022. This was whenever Lori became competent again. Okay. And so this is whenever I went up to Rexburg with my parents. This was my second time going to Rexburg. And we went to that court hearing with Lori Vallow being so-called competent. Right. And so right before I left with my parents to catch the plane in Houston, to go up there for that April hearing for Lori, I saw that Hidden True Crime had gotten hacked. And I was like, oh shit, they're going to blame me. They're going to blame Jen. They're going to blame us, And I was just like, my mom was even like, she kind of looked at me and I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not smart enough. I don't have that kind of, I don't have that kind of time or energy, nor do I wish that on anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine just watching Jen go through being hacked. It's like watching a silent, I equated it to what it's like for me to go live here and know that there's a cult, so to speak, but yet you don't know who is in the cult. It's kind of like an invisible terrorist. I don't really know what else to say. And I'm not trying to take anything from Jen's experience here, but it just seems I'm helpless. Like, I can't help her. I want to. That's just in my wheelhouse. I want to help, but I don't know how to. And she doesn't know how to tell me or others to help, because it's just, nobody would understand. It's just your devices, and it's crazy. Okay. But it's real. And so I just want to validate her experience. It's very valid. She's not the only person that's ever been a victim of this. And again, this happened to Hidden True Crime. This happened. And another thing, and I don't know if you're still in here, Troublemaker Baker. If you are, one thing that I did notice, and I don't know if anybody else had. Okay. Whenever it's a crime, this is just something that was weird. And I remember screenshotting it because I was like, this is weird. Just, and I'm observing things, but I don't really know where it goes, but it just is weird. And I don't know if It's a Crime was ever hacked. So that's something we'd have to know that too. I'll have to, let me come back to that, Nelson. I will. But I want to say right before Annie Elise, okay? Annie Elise, whenever she posted a video, it came up under Law and Crime Network or whatever. And I was like, is she doing that for Law and Crime now? It was very confusing. Then it happened to It's a Crime. Whenever It's a Crime posted it, and I took screenshots of this one. When it was It's a Crime that uploaded, this was a while back too. This is before, I want to say before Hidden True Crime and Jen was hacked. Okay, but it showed up as It's a Crime. And then it happened for, I want to say Hidden True Crime. Now I don't really remember. If so, I took screenshots. I'm going to have to go look at those and kind of go back over it to refresh my memory. But either way, it's like every time a creator uploaded, and I noticed that, I was just like, why are they doing work for It's a Crime now? Not It's a Crime. Are they doing work for Law and Crime Network now? Because and it seemed like after that, everybody was hacked. It was like a hack. So I don't know. It's just something to kind of, I don't know, think about. It was weird. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So I'm not too far off. It's just a lot of stuff to remember, right? I do remember this happening to It's a Crime. I remember It's a Crime for sure uploading. and it was a video, I want to say, about the Vallow Daybell case, but it said it was Linda, and I was like, what is she on? Is she doing this for Law and Crime Network too? You know, it was just one of those things. So I don't know if that's something that happens right before somebody gets hacked. And I don't even know if it happened to Jen, but I'm just saying, it's just something I noticed and I wanted to kind of mention. I don't know. I don't know if she did. She was pretty smart with the computer stuff. Anyone was very mean to me, so I just don't know why or where that came from, but I have no ill will. I think she made some bad human mistakes, so it's okay. It happens. And you know what, though? It's not okay. It's not okay, but you know, you have that right to handle it the way you will, you know? It's not all right for other people to victimize people, you know? It's just not. It's not. And I mean, so whenever we are mean, I mean, I'm guilty. I'm human. So, I mean, I make these mistakes all the time. I'm not better than anybody else. I'm just saying, uh, it's like hurt people hurt people. I've said that before. Some people don't care for it, but I just do. I think that people who are bullied, you know, they end up being bullies themselves because it's just they're hurt. So then they want to hurt. And instead of dealing with our problems, we are just projecting it onto other people. Look at what Chad Daybell, I mean, holy shit. Just with word wise going through all his books like that, I've been able to just see Chad through his writings and through her explanation and breaking it down in such a light that is so dim. It's such a dim light, you know, but it doesn't make right what he did, but it does explain his part in it, you know. And I'm saying him, Chad, because I'm talking about his books, you know. Lori's is shitty too. So, but yeah. Oh yeah, I remember Jess dying and everything. That was so sad. Jess had made a few videos saying Awen really hurt her and let her down, and they stopped being friends. She lost trust, etc. Yet, yes, may she rest in peace. It was sad. It did happen for Hidden Crime. That's crazy. So see, and I mean, we don't mean to. It's just we kind of notice these things, right? And I think this is important. I think it may, because I mean, Jen's been spending the last 2 years trying to figure out who the hell it is. You know, like I'm talking calling FBI. I'm talking all kinds of things, and I'm like this. I freeze, and I'm just like I don't want to move because I know, like, if I'm contributing to it indirectly, I don't want to be like, because I don't know how this works, you know, like, I don't understand how this works. However, with that being said, and I mean, if Chris is in here, then maybe he can help me speak to this, but there was this guy named Matthew North, and he was a researcher, or just, he was digging into some things. And right now I can't remember who it has to even do with, but he got unalived, you know, and they're saying that it was self-harm, but it's kind of like what happened with Jen and how she got hacked and everything. And anyways, it's super uncomfortable, but I mean, this kind of tends to happen whenever you are kind of a digger and a whistleblower, and you know, you're kind of sharing things that they don't really really want you to share. You know, they find ways to silence you. I mean, we know this. We know this. Okay? If not, we need to at least put into our minds that this is a possibility. When people are uncovering things that people want to stay covered, I worry my ass off about Tim Ballard. Okay? So I'm very slow. I'm very cautious. I don't mean to piss anybody off with my hesitancy. I'm just leery. And I mean, I think that's just because I don't, you know, I don't have a huge platform. It's grown organically. I love it. It's beautiful growth and channel and members. You guys are what make it, you know. Even if you're not a member, just you visit, you know, you're what it's all about. So it just is safe. it's better to be safe than sorry, you know? And we just need to look out for others. And yeah, yes, he is. I'm going to remove that comment just off the screen. I don't know why I put it up there. Yeah, it's crazy. It brings so much validity, though, to Kylie and JJ's situation. The fact that Joseph Murray, he testified to sponsoring. And I mean, he says he sponsored it, but he also slips in there that it was a Spring Creek Book Company that sponsored Operation Underground Railroad, the Rexburg Rescue Run. And I'm like, oh shit, those are businesses now. Those are LLCs. Okay. Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. So I'm like, so basically it was Chad and Tammy that were putting on Operation Underground Railroad's Rexburg Rescue Run, and I think that's where we get maybe there's the principal that testified that he saw Tammy crossing the the finishing line. And I believe him. I believe that principal when he testified to that. I believe that he saw Tammy right there at the finish line. It's about the only thing I believe that Emma said, that her mom was there helping people as they were crossing the finish line. Maybe she was just volunteering, but I mean, it was her company, her and Chad's company, that was sponsoring it. And I mean, it blows my mind. It blows my mind. And I don't know how this doesn't catch on. Like, I'm just like, what? And that's the event that Emma was Googling Southwest wind for. I have an event I was planning for, and that's why I went to my parents' house, because I'm not up to date with the little devices, so I had to go and Google on their desktop computer Southwest wind, because I'm just an amateur meteorologist and all that bullshit. Okay. And I'm like, why? So just when you take that and you break that down, because I've done that, when you break down all that testimony and the fact that the Rexburg Rescue Run was that weekend that Tylee was murdered. Oh my God. And Emma, she lied, because you would not be Googling Southwest wind on a Sunday, the day after this event. There was an event, and it was the Rexburg Rescue Run. That's hard to say together. But that had passed. So you're not going to go to your mommy and daddy's house and Google Southwest wind. Okay, so she lied, and it was a Monday, anyways. But I don't know. It's crazy, and I don't know how. That's something that we can follow. And I have looked. I'm not an expert at this, so I'm a digger. But I started to look into Operation Underground Railroad, their financials, the 990s that are available for 2019, because I want to see, and I don't know if it even shows you. I don't even know if it shows you. I know it's perjury, I know. But oh yeah, in the wood. Yeah. I got some stuff on that too, but I mean, I don't know if you can. So anybody who has that kind of knowledge, please let me know. How can I see that Spring Creek Book Company donated their fundraise, the money that they raised funds for this Rexburg Rescue Run that is Operation Underground Railroad, and then how do I find out? How do I find out? Because I mean, I've started digging through the things. I already found one little discrepancy. Anyways, I'll have to show y'all one day. And they're free online. You can just go online and look at their 990. So if anybody else has that kind of knowledge, please, you probably save me like 800 hours because I'm just, I don't know what I'm doing. So I just read all the lines of the 990, and it's a lot. But I just find it super sus, and just it alarm bells going off because JJ was murdered the weekend that the Firm Expo was going on. Okay. And then a little before that, a couple weeks before that, the Rexburg Rescue Run was going on, which is Operation Underground Railroad. You know, a whole gathering, if you will, was happening the weekend that Tylee was murdered, and a gathering was happening the weekend that JJ was murdered. And I'm just saying, no, there's something wrong there. So, oh, Ryan, yeah, I keep up with him big time. He validated a lot of things when he shared on his channel, actually, and I actually shared it here. You know, we went over his video, but I'm glad he linked up with Kara Burrell, and I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm all for it. I'm right there in their comments when they're live, and I'm like, hey, yay, you know, it feels good to not be alone. But yeah, he validated a lot of things for me. Let me play this so we can get out of here, maybe.
I ever did.
She was my friend.
Anyway, so this
is my friend.
Oh God, you get like whiskey's just distracting me here. But so I just thought it was weird because they didn't like let it go. It was like they were sure I had a source, even when I said I don't have a source, I'm my source. And then it was like I got sent a text message from them, and we're in the conversation, and I see there's like another phone number. I'm like, wait.
Oh yeah.
Why am I texting? This is a group text. And so I brought it up to that person. I said, who else is here? And they're like, nobody. Or no, they didn't say that. They were just.
So she goes through all the scenarios of like, how did this lead up to my hacking? You know, like, so she's talking about how this person, who she had given her number to, about, you know, and they talked about the case, allegedly, I guess, and that whenever this person texts her and she texts this person back, this person had actually made it a group conversation, you know, and then acted like Jen was just losing her shit. You know, she was like, oh no, nobody else here. It's just me and you in the conversation. There's nobody else in here. But, you know, Jen she snapshotted it, you know.
It's like, oh shit.
So she's just trying to figure it out.
Found out it, I didn't know that they were in the text. I don't know. This is just what they said. And what you have to know about YouTube, and maybe more specifically true crime YouTube, is never ever fucking trust a soul. Because I don't know what, you know, if they were being honest or not. I don't know if it's innocent. I don't know anything anymore.
Just considered.
But they were a moderator for Jess Nelson's channel. Jess unfortunately passed away, but she was friends with Awen, and they had a falling out when all of this diagnosis and Mark Means, everything exploded over that. And looking at the situation, it's really sad because it was kind of, in some ways, foreshadowing. Luckily, nobody was ever able to, I would say, like, come between Christian and I as far as our friendship. You know,
it just,
and that's something I was worried about once this stuff started happening. But so those were just kind of some weird,
like, we didn't unfriend each other, you know, like I care about her, I love her, but there's just like all the trials are happening, and I don't know how to help. And then she's frustrated on that end with not knowing how this is connected. It's such a horrible experience. And I mean, I'm just an outsider, you know, and I feel like it's my fault, because I feel that if I would have never entered Jen's world, I feel like because I'm related to the victims in this case, period, that she was attacked that way, or because of that, you know, I really don't know. I mean, it's just, I feel like if I had never sought her out, you know, and started a conversation with her, then this probably wouldn't have happened to her. And I mean, I really, we don't know. So I don't know. I just kind of feel guilty for it in that sense, because I feel like she was maybe targeted because of that. I don't know. I hope not, you know. Either way, I just don't like the fact that it's happening at all.
There are things
Her.
that would happen. Then one day in November, I'm going to see if I can share it.
This is important, and this is
'cause
my
I don't
experience as
know if I
well.
can. I'm not very smart at this stuff anymore. Let's see. Oh, I can share directly. You know, interesting. Okay. Let me just, yes, whiskey.
I'm just scooting ahead.
Hold on. Visuals are important.
Visuals are important. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay.
Okay. Hold on, whiskey. All right. So this is the text I was talking about. Can you guys all see that?
Oh, let me move this.
I don't know. Anyway, so this rolls around. Someone tell me if you can't see it. There should be a nice little wristband giveaway announcement up on the screen.
Wristbands.
This happened and was announced a few weeks after Kresha started advertising that she was going to be selling wristbands to help her costs. So she sent me this text with this link, and I saw it. And I'm leaving a lot out.
Yeah.
Like a lot out. There was a lot of shit going on, but this kind of did it for me.
Yeah.
I saw this and went, what the fuck? Because I knew that I had been promoting the wristbands on my channel and on my videos, and I knew Kresha had been, and I knew I had specifically asked Web Sleuths if Kresha could come on and talk about her channel and the wristbands and stuff, and we had been on Web Sleuths. And so I got a little ticked, and it wasn't just because of this one person at all. It was also because of some other things. Now I'm going to share, remove that. I'm going to try and share.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I get a little irritated. Like that's just kind of like the last straw for me, because I'm watching my friend try to grow her channel organically, and someone who claims to be looking out for the family and on their side and appears so is fucking stepping all over them. So I made a video. It's been deleted. I can't remember if oh, that's actually just hold on, girl. I got you.
I just entered the conversation.
Yeah,
That's why she's saying that.
Krisha, I know I said I was going to ignore the comments, but when I saw your video,
thank you,
I found that exact thing that you are talking about. So that was actually in the slideshow. But I'm going to do this first because obviously Lori Hellis does not care what we say. And obviously she doesn't have a problem with me reading this email because she leaked it all over Facebook, all over the True Crime Underground group.
I hate drama, sure by the way. Hate it.
So, but I'm going to read it. And just so you know, I fully take responsibility for the fact that I do not sound like I don't come off great in this at all. I come off like an asshole, and I own that. So she starts, this is like a day after I post this video, which, yeah, I did withdraw, and we're just getting into it. So to the person who calls herself L-Mom, it appears your recent video rant about people making money off the victims was in part directed at me. You are entitled to judge my content and my character, and I fucking have. But I ask that you make those judgments based on fact and not speculation. I mean, I'm based on fucking fact. Anyway, if you were to read my newsletters, if you were to notice I was a subscriber to your newsletters, you would find that I have been entirely transparent. Let me make those things clear to you now.
Doesn't that sound like
I was honest when I began my website and newsletter about my intention to write a book about the Vallow Daybell
That's way
case.
too fast. Hold on. Doesn't that sound like Julie Rowe whenever Julie's like, if the FBI would just buy my books, then they will just see blah, 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 blah. This is what this sounds like to me.
Subscriber to your newsletters,
I slowed it down.
you would find that I have been entirely transparent. Let me make those things clear to you now. I am an author. I was honest when I began my website and newsletter about my intention to write a book about the Vallow Daybell case. When an author proposes, I don't know why she has to fucking tell me this, but anyway, we're going to read the whole thing. Proposes a nonfiction book to a publisher. The publisher wants to see that the author has a platform. That is, that the author is seen as an authority on the subject of the book. As a retired criminal attorney, we'll get to that point. Just remember, as a retired criminal attorney with nearly 3 decades of experience, I write about the legal issues in the Vallow Daybell case. More than 4,000 people have subscribed to my free newsletter. I do not and will not share their information with anyone else. And my subscribers know that. All right, that's great for you. But we know why you have a subscriber list, because it's the same reason why I started my fucking blog, which was, yes, publishers want to see that you have a platform. So don't tell me you're not getting anything out of this free newsletter, that you're giving all this information for free. You're doing such a service. I recently accepted an offer to publish my book when it is completed. Interesting. I was honest from the beginning with my subscribers about the reason I was asking them to sign up. I never claimed that I was getting nothing from their support. Those who sign up receive my content in their email inbox immediately. The same content is available in archive on my site a few days later, also free. No one has to sign up to access my content. Right, because you're like fucking Cambridge Analytica. You're getting their data. Anyone that signs up, you've got their data so that you can advertise in the future. Whatever. How many people do that? So many people do that. This is normal business stuff. So this isn't what I was mad about at all. I was in marketing for 10 years. I worked in a Fortune 500 company. I do not know why. Seriously, go get the ball.
I should have edited it.
He's going to ruin the keyboard. Keeps walking all over it.
You did.
But
you're a beast, though, Janelle.
That's not at all what I was upset about. What I was upset about was the way that I saw Crush being treated. And I don't know exactly where, because I have this so I've actually gone all the way to the end. Sorry, guys. But I don't know where it's like.
We love you, Janelle. You have a platform here if you ever choose to, if you ever want to.
This is it. All right. I
share your story, your book, your experience,
on this page. So
whatever.
This is where we're at.
Always.
A member of one of the Facebook groups had some wristbands made to honor JJ and Tylee. When I commented on them, she sent me a few. She also sent some to Laura and Matthias. We thanked her publicly and wore them on one of our lives. Lots of people asked where they could get them. The person who initially made them was giving them away, but finding the cost of postage too much. I decided the wristbands would be a perfect way to thank the people who supported me and helped me build a platform that attracted a publisher, while also honoring Tylee and JJ, and also getting their address when they gave you a self-addressed stamped envelope for you to send the wristband back to. I ordered an initial run of 1,000 wristbands at my own expense. I am offering to send one to any subscriber who sends me a self-addressed stamped envelope. I set up a post office box at my own expense for that purpose. Every subscriber who wants one will get one for the cost of 2 stamps. If people want additional wristbands, there will be a way for them to purchase them for cost plus postage. I will even honor the deal for followers. Here's something that pisses me off, and this is universal. And if I ever say, freaking call me on it, I cannot stand when people use the word follower to refer to a subscriber. A subscriber is someone who chooses, for whatever reason, they like your content, they like you, they want to subscribe to your channel. They are giving you essentially their business, right? Time is money, attention. A follower is what you call someone who follows a cult leader. It's always rubbed me the wrong way when I hear follower.
Yeah.
Anyway, I appear on Lauren and John Matthias' YouTube channel. As you point out, YouTube creators put a lot of time and money into equipment, editing, and research. The Matthiases are no exception. In the case of their channel, viewers also receive the benefit of hearing from 3 professionals with years of education and experience. Their channel is monetized, and they also receive super chat donations. I have declined when they have offered me any share of those proceeds. You're a retired fucking attorney. You're not in the breadline. I have never received a single dime for any appearance on any channel and will not accept it if offered. I didn't even know you could ask for money. Crystal, I should have asked you for money every time I was on your channel. Damn it. You should ask me every time you were on mine.
I read it.
And also, let's get Trisha involved. We were on her channel. Why didn't she ever pay us? Just kidding.
Thank you.
I answer
I'll
every
remember that.
email question a follower sends me, also for free. I've made myself available to the family to answer questions about the legal process anytime. I believe I have a good relationship with many of the family members involved in the case, and I don't believe any of them can claim that I have exploited them.
Again, who does Lori Hellis consider to be family members? Because there's not just the ones that are, I'll say, mainstream, that people know because they were in the news and appeared in documentaries and things like that. There's the rest of us, okay, who are back here too, you know? So it's, and what's good for the goose may not be good for the gander. And so you can't just lump us all into one basket. And I understand that's got to be challenging, but I'm just saying that it's not just Kay and Larry. Okay. There's the rest of us. It's not just Heather Daybell and Vicky. There's the rest of their families too. You know, it's, you know what I mean? Like there's different aspects of looking at this. It's not just Megan. It's not just me. There's people who are related and or were friends with the victims. And I mean, it's just, you know what I mean? It expands out. And anyways, I don't know. It's the way she goes about it is my opinion. This is just, and this had to do with me. This was because she'll get to it. Let me shush.
I have been clear that I will not offer or promote products to profit personally from JJ and Tylee's name or their images. The exception is my book and my YouTube channel. Just wondering.
Yeah.
I have already invested hundreds of hours into this story. I expect to invest thousands by the time the book is finished. I have a law degree, a master's degree in creative writing, and experience as both a prosecutor and a public defender. Remember that. I'm also a mother. Like everyone else interested in the case, I want to understand why and hopefully bring awareness so that it doesn't happen again. To explain how committed I am, I will be leaving the home of my dreams in Arizona to move to Boise, Idaho.
Again.
No offense, Boise.
It was, to me, it was like, okay, you're choosing to move there, but it's the way it comes off. This is just me. This is not Jen. This is just me. It comes off like she's doing us a favor, like we owe her, or I don't know what it is. It's just a weird, well, I'm doing all this, so you don't have to. Basically, like I'm going to move all the way from Arizona to Boise, Idaho to report and be there at the trial every day and to help, you know, answer questions and such and such. Okay. It's also, though, it's not, again, it's not like you're not doing anything for me. You're doing it for yourself. Okay. And then you're trying to spin it so that I need to be grateful to you for doing, you know, for the move so that you can do this for your book. I mean, that's what it is. And so it's just real weird and icky to me.
Where I will live until the book is finished. What a sacrifice.
It's weird.
Yes, I hope the book will be successful because I will have invested a great deal in it.
I don't
I
know.
stand to make between $1.50 and $2 per book. That's a low estimate, depending. I mean, is she talking appearances? Is she talking other press? I mean, if the book is still risk, it's still a lot of money. It's a lot of hours. Not at all denying her any of that.
Mm-hmm.
I've looked into it. If I could write a fucking sentence that made sense these days,
I
I'd be
know.
doing the same thing. Not
Me
about
too.
the Daybell case,
Oh,
but about
it
my own
makes
life. If the book sells 1 million copies, that will be awesome. If it sells 400 copies, not so much. That is the risk my publisher and I assume by putting our time and money into it. I have never hidden behind, you can tell she was trying to find me, cute screen names or fake profiles. I've never hidden behind a fake profile, but I did not have my real name in my channel because the channel was the L mom, as in that lesbian mom. Like it was a total,
Yeah.
I have
That's
always
crazy.
used my own name and made it easy for people to identify me and contact me. Don't worry, Lori, because I went ahead and still redacted over your information, your personal information for you. Because I'm just that generous. I honestly don't know how I could be more open or transparent. I appreciate you taking the time to read the truth. If after reading this, you still have a problem with my actions or my character, you are entitled to your opinion and I will respect it.
Bingo.
Okay, so I should not have responded. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Jen.
But sometimes I don't do that. And it's very dumb. And I should listen to my inside voice, the still small voice, more often. But my smart ass had to respond.
I do too. I can't help
Now,
it.
first, I just was like, in case you run out of bracelets, and then I put a link to Crush's channel. As in, you can click on this link and know exactly why I'm fucking pissed. And then she responds, I agree, that is reprehensible. That is not me. And I really think that this was actually, when she emailed me, kind of what she was hoping. This is just, I have a couple theories, is that she was going to try and obviously get me riled up and everything so that she could use whatever I said against me, which she did, because on December 23rd, she leaked all of these all over Facebook. All of these
Sure
emails.
did.
Again, I'm not a rose. I don't come off smelling like a rose, but I wasn't going to do that to her.
All this because
I talk about people behind their back.
Jen made a video about exploitation in the Daybell case, and she never mentioned a name. She never mentioned a name. And so let's just think about that. Lori Hellis automatically just is so self-righteous in this sense, and she automatically knew that Jen was talking about her. I'm just putting that out there. No names were mentioned. When I saw that Jen even made the video, I was like so honored. I cried because I was just like, oh my God, because it's like this other pain that you're carrying, because it was traumatizing. I didn't realize that. And I'm not a victim here. I'm not trying to be a victim. I'm not trying to frame myself as that. I'm just saying that because of all these things that were going on behind the scenes, so to speak, it was hurtful, and it was way above and beyond what I could carry as a person, period. And I, would share these things with Jen because she was the only person that I just could disclose everything with, I mean, I'm pretty open anyways, but just all these things were happening and kind of bouncing them off of her, and like, oh my God, am I wrong for this? Did you see this? And it's just like these things were happening. And anyway, so Jen, it sparked her to do a video about exploitation in the Daybell case. And it was a good video. It was a damn good video. And I think that, I don't know if she still has it privated, but I hope not, because I hope everybody can see that this does happen, and that we do it as consumers, or it, you know what I mean? Like, it's not entertainment. It's people's real lives. And I mean, this goes for every case that we follow, we just have to do it with a little more awareness that this does affect people directly, just the actual crime, and then the judicial process and everything, and then how we respond to it, how we interact with it, if we interact with it, do we sponsor? I just saw that word somewhere. Do we actually, are we actually being people of our word when we say that we are supporting the family members of victims? Are we? Or is it just to just say their names, or just say and acknowledge them or whatever? Is it to that level? I mean, like, to what level? It just goes so many different ways. And I mean, I don't know. It just calls the question, like, all those types of things. And I mean, again, this happened to my family in 2019. What about before all that? You know what I'm saying? Like, whenever I was watching Casey Anthony's case with my mom, or, I mean, how did I view it then? I don't remember, but I'm just saying, these are real crimes, real people.
But I don't generally do things like that, nor have I ever. But anyway, I found it funny that she says reprehensible, and I will show you that in just a second.
She definitely don't like that town, though.
I said, you're right. It's not you. It's Crusha. You stepped all over her with this last move. She subscribes to your newsletter and woke up to see your little announcement in it. She's a co-victim trying to advocate for her family, and you've not only treated her poorly, but you've contributed to her pain. Quite honestly, and don't we all, every time we hear those words, think of John Pryor?
Quite frankly.
Quite honestly, I think it's pretty shitty of you. I don't make statements unless I can back them up. Also, since we are rattling off resumes to impress each other, and I hate that I did this. I worked in sales and marketing for over 10 years at a Fortune 500 company. I also have background in public policy, economics, and public health. The first chapter of my Econ 2010 textbook was titled, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." And yes, I still have that textbook. I know how marketing works, and I know how the spin technique works. I was trained in it. You cannot bullshit or do the right thing. All I wanted her to do was to apologize to Crusha.
And
that's all I wanted. I wanted her to apologize to Crusha and to make it up to her.
And I didn't ask for none. I didn't know this was happening.
And this is where I'm like, I'm pretty sure this was the opportunity she was looking for to try and separate herself from this. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't know. I kind of doubt it, but I could be wrong. Oh, for God's sake. I had no idea Crusha was doing this. This is the first I've heard of it. Lauren and I have been talking for weeks about figuring out a way to get them out to people who wanted them.
I never
Crusha
seen
was
Lauren
in the chat during the lives. Why in the hell didn't she tell us she was doing this? She did. She did.
I don't know. I don't remember.
It was not a secret. Like, it was very obvious that Crusha was trying to sell these bracelets.
That's weird too, to say, hey,
I mean,
I'm doing this.
Anybody,
you know what I mean?
Wouldn't
It's
know
weird.
I would never intentionally undermine her. You clearly don't know me if you assume I would. Shit. If I'd known she was doing it, I would have helped pay for them. Crusha, did you ever get that check? I'm just curious if she ever sent you a check for those, because she said she'd help pay for them.
Nope.
I don't blame you for being protective of Crusha, but I resent like hell you jumping to the conclusion that I did it on purpose. I'm happy to talk to Crusha directly about how to help it, how to fix this, but I'm done talking to you.
How to fix it?
And then again, I shouldn't have responded. But again, what do? I
You
respond.
go, girl.
Did you seriously just blame Crusha? She repeatedly mentioned the bracelets on her channel several times. The links are also in her description box and on her about page. She also mentions them on her video intros and outros. I've mentioned it on my channel and have links in my description box. True Crime Sushi and Web Sleuths have also been mentioning it for weeks. Do you expect me to believe this is the first time you've ever heard about the bracelets, but somehow found out about my video and emailed me less than 48 hours after it launched?
No.
Check I don't, now pay attention. I don't watch Crusha's channel regularly or Web Sleuths or True Crime Sushi. I don't have time. I
I
only
don't
know
either.
about your video because someone sent it to me. I don't expect you to believe anything because you've already made up your mind. Well,
It's
let
just
me
a holier
just
than thou kind of position. I don't know.
show you
It was hurtful. It is hurtful.
why. If it will let me. We're going to go back to this.
Yeah.
In September, I believe, September 12th. Hi, Kresha. I just saw your post about the stuff you found on Web Sleuths. I'd love to know more. It sounds like something I should be researching for my book. Cheers.
Well, then
great,
research it, you know?
because you did find out more. And also on that Web Sleuths, we talked about the bracelets. Just saying. Just saying. Back to our emails, where I am being schooled by a lawyer and creative writer. Someone with a creative writing degree, a
Yeah.
master's degree. Let's see. Sorry.
Cheers.
Okay, now I lost my. Okay, you've already made up your mind. Okay. So then I say, well, you'd be wrong about that. I'm a commitment phobe. So my mind is never made up about anyone. I judge behavior and actions, not people, and I don't cut people off. I get pissed and I call things out when I feel something isn't right, but I don't cut anyone off unless they are some random asshole leaving threats or harassing me on YouTube. And even then, I usually let them leave their hate. I'm a hot-tempered bitch, but I'm not a hypocrite. I will address that later. However, if you could call the dogs off, I would appreciate it. I had a couple people, True Crime Underground.
I'm so sorry for your losses there, Jean. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that. And thank you for sharing that here. But that's interesting. And I get it. I totally get it. So, which is why you get it, you know? Wow. Whew. Thank you for sharing that.
Leave bitchy little comments. And I was concerned that it was going to get worse because of what I had seen Awen go through and the way she had been run off of YouTube. So I was fully prepared for this. This could get really bad. And I think I was probably being a little too paranoid. But I kind of wanted to, make it clear, like, I don't want like any more drama. And I didn't say it in the best way. So again, I'm not innocent in this exchange, not claiming to be at all.
I'm not either.
If you could call the dogs off, I would appreciate it. The comments from those disagreeing with me are fine. I only have like a couple, actually. The threats and harassment are a little overboard. Sending TCU, True Crime Underground, after me is also a bit much. I don't know how these YouTube alliances work, but it's bullshit, and I'm sick of the drama. And then I said I can't move it because of this stupid thing is in the way, but there's a reason I hide behind a cute little name. It's to keep my family safe, especially my children.
Yeah.
I know.
This is how I learned what doxing meant.
Okay.
I didn't know.
I know
what all
how the
that
church
meant.
works. And when I say the church works, I'm meaning mostly like how pissed off church members work and how dangerous its members get when they feel threatened. I'm not about that shit. So I'm asking you.
It's a legitimate concern.
This is like always like, what the hell?
Again, here's her link to her channel.
As a mother, please think twice before you have someone dox me. Because I think this is when people were getting doxed a lot. And that's really what I was worried about. It's my family that you'd be putting at risk. And then I go out and I be a dipshit. And I send her a clip of McKenna Denson, who sued the LDS church. There's a lot of controversy surrounding that. But I do believe that people were trying to intimidate her into silence. And law enforcement said they believed her. So
Crazy.
I sent her the clip of that. People don't speak out on the church for a reason, especially when it comes to the long hidden embarrassing doctrines that enabled all of this shit. They are the ones, Lauren and I'm talking about Lauren from Hidden True Crime, who grew up LDS as well. And I were never taught, let alone even made aware of when we were growing up. Which actually, I'll take that back now. We just didn't
Okay.
realize how fucking crazy they were. You and I agree on one thing, and it's that we
Am I
both
lagging?
want this shit to stop with Chad and Lori. The church is the problem. It's not preparing the people. They are just a distraction and a scapegoat. This isn't about a tiny little cult. This is much bigger. Be prepared if you're going to write about them in your book. As long as you and Lauren genuinely support Krisha and her platform, I don't have a problem with either of you. I didn't make that video just because of stupid bracelets or even because of you specifically. The problem is bigger and it's all over YouTube. However, there were several things over the past couple months that I saw. You
Glad
may
you're
not
here.
have seen the harm in them, but harm did occur. Make things right with Krisha and support her in whatever she needs. Elevate her voice. That's the only thing I care about. And that is the truth.
That's so sweet.
I did not send TCU after anyone. All right. Well, I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying that
That's my
Krisha
phone.
the next
That's my
day got
screenshot.
this from Carl Danger, who was with True Crime Underground. Why is that woman who calls herself the Elmon saying that TCU is harassing her kid? I'm assuming that he heard that from Lori Hellis based on this email. I don't know if that's true. Back to the email.
Barely.
So
They do own 2 pieces of property though in Lake
let me
Charles.
scroll up. I'm
So
like working on 2 copies. So that's
next thing you know, they'll be trying to build a temple with it all the way up to the damn sky, to heaven, you know. So just be on the lookout and be aware.
I did not send
Can you imagine?
TCU after anyone. People asked me if I'd seen your video. I told them I had not. They sent it to me. I have
Did
posted
you?
nothing about your video and have said nothing to anyone about it. The only person I contacted was you because I don't believe in internet drama either. Well, then she forwarded this to someone or gave it to Carl and said,
You don't need
post
to
this on
apologize to me.
December
Thank
23rd.
you.
I don't.
I did too.
I
gave her
didn't
the
dox you or ask
hold on.
anyone else to.
I'm sorry. I'm not good at this, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt too. I gave A1 Reese the benefit of the doubt too. But for some reason, I don't know why. I'm not upset with her. She just kind of faded away, you know. It's like, yeah, that was wrong. It's just something about Lori Hellis, okay, and just the way she went about things and goes about things. I mean, it's still continuing because, again, I shared last week the video of her. I mean, out of nowhere, we didn't. And I was just like, it was a video about the property and telling me, or telling everybody who will listen that she didn't care about here.
Hey,
know?
everybody. Welcome.
This one.
Surprise. Apparently, there's been a lot of furor going on about some really big news
I don't even know what
that I knew was coming up, and I want to take a minute to talk about. And this is the big news. You all know that a few weeks ago, it came out. Well, a few weeks ago, John Pryor put the Daybell property on the market. For those of you who might not be familiar with the case, although I suspect everybody is, who's here today, John Pryor received the Daybell property in lieu of attorney fees from Chad Daybell. And so that happened a couple of years, I think, before the trial,
Right.
Chad's trial actually happened. After the trial was over, Chad Daybell put the property on the market to recoup some of the attorney fees and the hundreds of hours he'd spent preparing Chad's defense.
Mhm.
My understanding is
Just
that
gonna-
there was more than one group that was interested in the property. One of those groups was a group that wanted to turn it into a murder Airbnb destination.
Whatever.
Some local folks who
Wait, I have a
really
question though.
preferred.
Wouldn't that give Garth a job? I'm just saying, sorry. Okay, I know. See, I'm just as shitty too. I'm just saying, because he worked at a scare house and that would seem right up his alley. Just throwing that out there.
Not to be named, bought the property with the intention of using it as some sort of a community gathering place. Their intention is to take down the house and to turn it into a park. When the house went on the market, I know this because I've had communication with the people who are the buyers. When the property came on the market, they believed that they needed to move quickly and make an offer on the property to make sure that it wasn't going to be misused or turned into something.
So it seems the way she's posing it is like kind of like that I'm moving from Arizona to Boise to, write this book and to cover that trial. Like she's doing us a favor. So the way I'm not saying that the property buyers or anything like that. This has nothing to do with them. This is all to do with her and how she stuck her nose right on in the middle of it and intertwined herself into the story, making it controversial, making it combative and just gross, just uglying it up real good from where I am. So it's not about the property. It's not about her writing a book. It's the way she goes about things. Okay. And has gone about things.
Unsavory.
Unapologetic.
So they made an offer on the property. Since then, they have been sort of scrambling to try and set up their nonprofit organization and to make all of the arrangements to make it a nonprofit corporation.
Okay, so I'm gonna scooch on over to 11 and a half minutes. You can watch my video from last week if you don't want to watch hers. Because I reacted to the entire thing last week.
Children time to find someplace else to live. I know that school is getting ready to start here pretty quickly in a lot of places, and so I'm sure that they were trying really hard to get some security before the school started.
Thank you.
Well, I see somebody saying Kresha tweeted out that no one consulted her. Kresha didn't put the money up for the property, so I don't really think she's got much to say about it. I understand that Kay didn't know anything about it, and I don't really care whether she's happy or not. Frankly, the only reason that these folks didn't have an opportunity to reach out to the families and to explain what their plan was because somebody within the community leaked this information before these people were ready to make the announcement. They didn't have the opportunity to reach out to Kay and Larry. They did not have the opportunity to have conversations with the family because their phones started blowing up because people were contacting them because they'd heard that they were buying the property. And they heard it from somebody who wasn't authorized to release that information, but who did. So if the family members want to be very unhappy with people, they should be very unhappy with the people who are involved in this transaction and who leaked it.
That doesn't make any damn sense to me. It really doesn't. Her whole reasoning, the way it's so insincere and insensitive, disingenuous. And then it's like after this, the next live, she's like, okay, so we're going to start quilting again. And we're going to send Kay and Larry some kind of freaking whatever, some kind of gift. And I'm just like, what is she okay? Like, I really want to know if she is okay. Because it just seems to be a super, well, I'm not going to say out of character, but it's just like, what?
Some security before the school started. Well, I see somebody saying Kresha tweeted out that no one consulted her.
I did not make a tweet. And so this person, I'm sure she didn't do it on purpose, this commenter here, she probably meant to say my mom. Okay. So I don't fault this person, but because she said my name instead of my mom's name, Lori Hellis, said this.
Well, I see somebody saying Kresha tweeted out that no one consulted her. Kresha didn't put the money up for the property, so I don't really think she's got much to say about it.
Thank you.
I understand that Kay didn't know anything about it, and I don't really care whether she's happy or not.
She says that while she's laughing, I don't really care. It's just so disingenuous again. So I don't think that she's about, at least not in this side. She's not about my family. It appears to be. It appears to me that way. So that's what sparked all these other feelings, that I had buried down. And that's why I did tonight. But again, I didn't do it how I intended, but it kicks my ass. It was kicking my ass. And I don't want to give Lori Hellis that much space and that much authority over how I feel, my life, and my outlook on everything. I don't, I just, that's why I want to have this, and I just want to be done with it and move along. Her book, I thought last week, whenever I commented on her, that video I just showed you, I was under the impression that her book was already out. And so, but it's scheduled to come out in September. So again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to buy it or to buy it or which way. Do you do you, boo. And I support you. I have the right to respond to these things. People who have different experiences than the majority, I guess you could say, who don't peel back and look behind the curtain, so to speak. I mean, we have just as much right to share how, our own experiences. And so Jen's intertwines with mine because she had made a video about exploitation in the Daybell case, about exploiting family members. And Lori, she never named anybody. Okay. Jen did not name anybody. But Lori Hellis was evidently, according to her emails here, she was sent Jen's video by somebody. So somebody said, oh, here, look at this video. And she assumed that it was about her. So these emails flying back and forth, Jen was only saying, hey, I mean, really, all she was asking was for Lori Hellis to apologize to me. And that's it. And Lori Hellis was telling her to take the video down. And she was like, I am not. And then Lori Hellis leaked her and Jen's emails between one another in a Facebook group, True Crime Underground, which I like. Okay, so this is nothing about them. This is about the way Lori Hellis has gone about things. But then, she takes the high road and acts like we're all beneath her, I guess you could say. And she never does apologize, and she just keeps on being a shitty person. That's just my take on it. And I just don't think it's right. And so just like I do in everything else, and if anything, it takes away from what I'm really usually doing, and I there's some things I wanted to share with y'all about Visions of Glory, and hopefully I can share that.
I know.
This in.
What I'm asking below, if you have paid attention to what I'm telling you, is please don't do anything like that because I have a family. There appear to be people defending me and my intentions, just like you've been defending Kresha. You certainly didn't think twice about publicly shaming me, and you don't even know me. Never fucking said your name in that video. Not once. And you're not the only person that was writing a book. Multiple people were writing a book, a couple on YouTube. So it could have been one of them.
Yeah.
There is a reason I rarely post anything in the Facebook groups, although I belong to many. Well, good for fucking you. The peanut gallery is coming here. I was invited to post the announcement about my book in several. I intend to go where the story takes me and tell the story I find. I've reached out to Kresha directly. From what I remember, Kresha can correct me. She apologized to Kresha for a mix-up regarding the bracelets. And I probably do have that somewhere. She didn't actually apologize for, going on and stepping all over her. She just said, oh, there was a mix-up, and your friend, the L mom, seems to think I'm scamming. I remember that line.
Yeah.
Just because it was so funny. But she didn't actually, and she never publicly went on and apologized or even went on and said, hey, I was doing these bracelets and I just noticed that it looks like Kresha's already doing them, so please support her. She did. She kept on. She updated that post. If I run out, here's a link and you can get them from Kresha. It was very much at the bottom, barely mentioned her. It was just I understand JJ's aunt Kresha is selling bracelets. Here's the link. That was how she made it up to Kresha. Okay, but I continue.
Again.
Because I'm an idiot. I'm sorry you feel unfairly targeted. I would be happy to, let me make sure you guys are on the right page. Okay. I'm sorry you feel unfairly targeted. I would be happy to remove the video from public view if I saw a public apology to Kresha on Friday night and a commitment to rectify the situation and support her efforts instead of continuing to self-promote at her expense. However, it would need to be a genuine apology using I statements, not you statements like above. And I would need to see action, not just empty promises. If I did see a sincere effort, I'd probably make another video giving some praise. I wouldn't name names, of course, because I never do, even though it appears she still took offense, even without being mentioned directly. Might surprise you, but I always think things through more than twice. I don't know about that. Before I take action, depends how upset I get and if I'm being protective of other people. That is a blind spot for me, I would say. Regarding what I see as unethical behavior, I'm not stupid. I wait and observe until I know something for sure and can back up my statements with proof. I've been watching specific channels for a while, especially after seeing they were using other people's research without credit. You'd also be surprised at the things people don't remember saying on Facebook. I personally don't have a public Facebook profile that I use. It seems to get a lot of people into trouble. However, people do send me things every once in a while that contradict what you're claiming. I'm also aware of the alleged chain of events that led to Lori's diagnosis being leaked, who was involved, and how the relationship between you and True Crime Underground works, allegedly. Again, I'd be happy to remove the video from public view, even though it's currently I'm such a bitch. I really am.
Really not.
Currently my second highest ranked video, according to my analytics, and has gotten more views than the number of people subscribed to a newsletter I know about, unless they meant 40,000 and not 4,000. I've also gained quite a few subscribers, so that's a bummer. It's funny, about 90% of the comments I received are positive. It appears others have also noticed the behaviors of certain commentators and creators. Very few people express disagreement. It must be because people don't like it when people in more powerful positions go after underdogs. I only know because it's how I ended up with over 25,000 subscribers on TikTok after making one calling the state legislature out. Yeah, and then I forgot my fucking password, and when I got hacked, I deleted the backup, so I can never get into that account again. But according to LWF, I'm still on TikTok. Okay. Do you know what my name is?
It's still the same.
Mom says. I think
Sorry.
is what it was. I don't know. Anyway, I removed it after they did the right thing. It's not a huge number, but I think it's pretty decent since 4,000 was thrown out as if it were supposed to be impressive. And then on a final note, I once saw a brilliant lingo commentator who wasn't afraid. Yeah, now I'm just being immature. I don't even fucking care. Who wasn't afraid to talk about the religious aspect of the Daybell case. I really liked watching her discuss the case and the fact that she wouldn't be deterred even when she received pushback. I was impressed with her responses and felt she gave fair commentary, even when others disagreed with her. In fact, I gave props to her and the channel she was on in several
I don't know who you're talking about.
of my videos and encourage people to watch her and subscribe to that channel. I guess it's because I want everyone to succeed as long as I feel their behavior is ethical. Sadly, it appears it was a mistake on my part. It could be wrong, of course. I'm sure time will tell. Look at you, manipulative Jen. Jesus Christ. I hope you don't see my statements as threatening. That's the furthest from my intention. I just want to make sure you are fully informed to make a decision that you feel works in your favor. I wish you the best of luck. I won't bother you again since you claimed you were done speaking to me 2 or 3 emails ago. Sincerely, the person who calls herself the L Mom. Well, that riled her up. I don't feel I'm being unfairly targeted. That's passive-aggressive bullshit. And she's right about that. You are targeting me and you are threatening me. No. No. And I'm not kissing your ass publicly, so you'll take down your inaccurate hit piece. I've reached out to Crusha directly. When I hear from her, she and I can decide if there's something I can do to help her. I don't think Lori Hellis knows what a hit piece is. I don't know. If that's a hit piece, if that video was a hit piece, then that's an amazing expansion on the definition.
No names were mentioned.
And I was never threatening her. I asked her to apologize. I didn't say, if you don't apologize, I will leak these emails all over Facebook. I didn't say, if you don't apologize, I will talk shit about you nonstop.
Also,
and
this
I didn't
also sent a lot of people into Jen's comment section, you know, and just, I mean, chewing her ass, just like the comment or the comments I showed you earlier from Intervisions. It's just, people got to stop, you know, stop the bullshit, stop the immature shit. And we don't need flying monkeys. And sometimes we don't even know we have flying monkeys, you know, we're just like, I didn't send them. I mean, and I don't think that the channel creator sends people in their behalf, you know, it's just people take it on themselves, and I appreciate it, but it's just like, it also fuels the fire, you know, in that sense. So I don't know, I scroll and roll. I just keep on going because it doesn't deserve my time or my energy, you know, and really in 10 minutes, I won't be as mad, you know, there's too many other important things that we need to be fighting for.
Say, if you don't apologize, I will accuse you of hacking another channel and really try and push it and make sure other creators know. And I'm going to spread that shit all over CrimeCon too. And I'm going to tell their family members as well.
That's what it felt
I never
like.
said any of that. And then I said, you just don't stop, do you? You don't have to mention anything about me. I don't want an apology from you. I wouldn't take it even if you offered it to me because this isn't about me. I want you to apologize to Kresha and stop stepping all over her. I want you to call off your gremlins for the sake of my child and its safety. That must be where she got it and where like it got interpreted to True Crime Underground. I did not ever accuse True Crime Underground of harassing my child. If you took it that way, I'm sorry, but that's not how it was intended.
Nope.
And that's not even, I didn't even mention them in the same sentence.
Jen was just like being as any mother would, you know, you're just like, you can come at me, but the reason I use a screen name, the reason, you know what I mean? She shows her face and things like that, but that's the whole purpose, is to keep your private life separated from this crazy shit throwing YouTube life, you know? I mean, the drama, because people will go after your children. People will go after you and your assets and your degrees and your job and things like that. People are deplorable, or they can be, you know. We should know of all people because of this true crime world.
That's it. You can claim you thought of the apology all on your own. You can make yourself look like Jesus Christ for all I care. You can make passive aggressive or outright comments about me, which she did. After that, you can pretend I don't exist. Go ahead. Just give me the same courtesy I gave you and don't reveal my name, like my real name. I didn't know if she had it or not. I just was getting like really nervous based on what I'd heard happen to other YouTubers. I just want you to do the right thing. Why is that so hard? I do not have a personal agenda against you. I don't like seeing people in pain because of bullies who think they are infallible and above being held accountable. I do not like to see what I feel is deceptive behavior. I do not like to see what appears to be people taking advantage of relationships. I do not stand by and watch people being harmed by others. You are the one who contacted me. I am only responding to your emails, which I should have stopped doing about 10 emails ago, but I can't because impulse control. You're angry because you and your ego felt threatened by someone who knows the truth, has proof of it, and won't bow down to you and your credentials. If you didn't feel that way, you wouldn't be sending emails attacking me, flaunting your accomplishments, and hoping to intimidate me. Again, I have the documentation to back my statements up. I still do. I was only informing you of the possibilities because you seemed upset that I didn't contact you before making a video that was meant to call out an entire community. Snarky and sarcastic, yes. Threatening, not even close. I was being transparent. A hit piece would have actually mentioned you by name. Now I'm mentioning you by name. Lori Hellis, Lori Hellis, Lori Hellis, Lori Hellis, Lori Hellis, who made my life a living fucking hell for months before I was hacked. I don't even allow people to mention your name in the comments, and that's true. I did delete the comments to try and avoid additional drama. In fact, I've deleted all comments that have mentioned your name, and I will continue to do so when I get back. It makes you feel, I just can't like let shit go. It makes you feel better. Most people don't even know who you are. Lauren has just over 15,000. She has way more than that now, 15,000 subscribers, and she's competing in a community with creators who have over 1 million subscribers. Her channel is growing because of her hard work and her content, not because of you. I still stand by that statement.
Mm-hmm.
She could replace you with someone just as qualified within 5 minutes, or she didn't even have to replace her. You're seriously not as famous as you think you are. The fact that you think you're important enough to be the subject of an entire video makes that obvious. Yeah, because that video, like, she took just a couple minutes of that video and made it all about her, made the entire video about her. No, it wasn't. I called out behavior that I see as unethical. I did not call you out as a person. I did not tell people not to buy your book. I did not tell people not to watch you or that they should unsubscribe from Lauren's channel. In fact, I told them not to write anyone off and to take what I said with a grain of salt, and that I didn't think anyone was evil in this situation. I certainly did not attack your credentials or claim in any way that you were unqualified. I repeatedly said everything was my opinion, which is also in my channel disclaimer, along with the statement that nothing I say on my channel is to be taken as fact. Most notably, I didn't even call out the massive HIPAA violation you played a part in. I'm allowed to have an opinion
Allegedly.
even if you don't like it. I offered to take the video down if you were willing to admit you'd made a mistake and took action to rectify the harm you caused Kresha. And again, I just took it down anyway because after all these emails, I was like, Jen, what did you get? You got yourself into some shit. Stop. I will still honor that if it actually happens. And it never did. It's not a threat to offer a remedy to a situation so someone can save face. Most creators would just ignore you or toss out another video with the receipts without even informing you. They'd mention you by name and say far worse things than I did. I did not do any of that. I was honest with you. I not only proposed a solution, but I offered to go a step further to help you save face. If you were innocent, you wouldn't be so panicked, and you certainly wouldn't be taking the time to try and intimidate and harass me. You would have watched that video and thought, I wonder who else is writing a book. That doesn't seem right. I'm sure glad I have too much integrity to do something like that. These emails say more about you and your character than me. Do not contact me again. Do not mention my name. Apologize to Kresha. Remedy the situation with her and call off the dogs. If my kid gets hurt because of you, oh, this is where they got it. Okay, TC and or the rest of your gremlins. You'll be the one that I blame. Okay, I see where they got that now. All right. You said you were a mother. Act like one. I don't care how pissed I was at someone. If they told me to call off their harassment because of their family, I'd do it in a second. That's one situation I wouldn't even think twice about. You, however, would rather argue with me than ask your little cult to back off and stop stirring the pot. Politicians don't even cross that lane. And by the way, it was just like a couple people. And I don't give a fuck anymore. On a positive note, I'm glad you see how annoying it is when you apologize with you statements, though. I will say it one more time in case you missed it. Do not contact me again. And she did not contact me again. She went to other creators and just started talking shit. So I did send an apology. I thought about it. I took the video down after a few weeks. I remember someone who became a moderator and then I stopped having moderators. And I honestly don't know what this
She
person's
totally stripped everything
intentions
down.
were. But again, I suspect everyone. Oh, that's
Good night,
that's
Carolina.
next.
Love you.
I just don't know why I like blanked that out. What was I saying?
I
Oh,
don't
she's
know.
supposed to be here to like keep me on track, and she's playing a game. No, she doesn't even know what I was saying.
We're talking about
Hey, Shanty Bell.
how much you love me.
Oh, okay.
Carolina.
Oh no, I was talking about how a few weeks later I was like, this was stupid. And I remember like right after this person, his moderator, asked me what I was going to do after we got in this huge to do because everybody knew about it. I said, I'm done. Like as far as I'm concerned, I had my say. She had her say. We hashed out. We don't like each other. I'm done. Like,
Fair.
I'm
Right.
not going to say anything else. And I wasn't planning on it. But I did send her an email. I would like to apologize.
Anita.
This was sent to Lori Hellis on December 5th. And it was sincere. I am sincere when I apologize. I've also apologized to Lauren Matthias
Thank you.
about I was told things that I'm not sure. I should have asked her about them rather than just believed them. I did reach out and just that was like in January after all of this. And I was like, oh, I'm never going to be on YouTube again. I might as well just, clear the air. I would like to apologize for not contacting you prior to the video I released. I was angry and did not stop to think how hypocritical it would be not to contact you first. See there, I recognize I'm hypocritical. Again, the video was about a bigger issue and for the most part, not toward anybody specific. Sorry, I tried to redact something and I must have accidentally left it on the screen. I should have still have attempted to contact you privately to give you a chance to rectify this situation with Krisha. But then again, I'm also not Krisha's fucking babysitter. I really had gone, I mean, I don't know, it needs to be said. So I doubt it would have made a difference, but I owed you that courtesy. Sometimes I don't think before I react when I believe someone is being hurt. It's not my job to fight other people's battles, but it is a lesson I will probably never learn. With that said, I sincerely apologize for being a hypocritical chicken shit. She didn't respond. I didn't expect her to respond because under Utah law, I could have said, oh, she responded. That's harassment because it's like 2 times or whatever when I looked up the law on harassment. So I totally respected the fact that she didn't respond. I just had really hoped that it would be done and over with. But the one thing I've learned is that nothing is ever finished with her. Nothing is ever done with her. She can't let shit go. And I recognize that because I also cannot let shit go. I am not evolved enough. I don't know. Sometimes I think I should ask for refunds from my therapist. But yeah, she said F0. Anyway, so I did send that to her because ultimately what it came down to is I was like, listen, I got myself in this pile of dog shit myself. I reacted, and even though I still back up what I said in that video, I still back up the fact that people take advantage of victims' family members and that she had done Krisha wrong. I was like, I'm adding to the drama. I'm causing friction between Krisha and her parents because at the time, they had Kay and Larry's ear, and I was just like, I don't, you know what, apologize and let it go. So I apologized, and then on December 23rd, ironically, the day before Krisha did a live with people from Rexburg and stuff, boom, the emails were dropped. And then I was like, well, dumbass, you said what you said in those emails. What did you think was going to happen? like, you don't, I didn't know the capability or the length that someone would go to. I mean, to do it like from the beginning of November to nearly the end of December, that's how long you wait. And in the meantime, shopping them around, telling other creators I've been diagnosed with a psychopath, all of these things. We're not even close to CrimeCon yet. And so the emails get dropped, and I'm like, you know what? You deserve that one. Like, you fucked it up, Chuck. So I kind of stepped back, but what was interesting is then Crush and I did a live not too long after the emails dropped. And in that live was weird. Like, she came in and it was almost like they were really hoping I would like go off if I saw them in the live. And I was already dealing with a lot of people who are no longer even in Crush's lives, like constantly calling me a liar in the chat, saying I was wrong, saying I didn't know what I was talking about. Like, I was constantly dealing with that. And in the end, like, what mattered most to me was I didn't want to be between Crusha and her parents and strain that relationship. And so I tried to start to back off more. And it was just like, it was really hard. Looking back, it's hard to think of like how hard it was. But just one more petty thing. I'm just gonna just let you know. She
I have it
practiced family
sped
law.
up.
She wrote a divorce book.
I have it sped up so that we can get through this a lot faster. If you want to, you can go. I've dropped me and my mods, we've dropped the link in the chat. You're more than welcome to go visit it, her channel yourself. But I understand and respect the way you feel.
Book. If you can Google cases, I'm sure she did some public
Realize it
defense.
too.
Like, lawyers do all sorts of cases when they're in training or whatever. But I know attorneys. I know criminal defense attorneys, and they referred me to a separate attorney regarding a legal issue we were dealing with on another end, because attorneys often do not like to step out of their own field. So if they're a family law
Which is
attorney, they
weird.
say a family law attorney. Does that mean she's not an authority on the Daybell case? No, not at all. I'm just saying that when you say you're a retired criminal defense attorney, when you were really a retired family law attorney that probably did some defense, I don't know, read the ratings. But I'm just like, that's just petty bullshit move that I'm doing. Like, because Lori Hellis, you can quote me, Lori Hellis made my life a living fucking hell from November 8th of 2021 until now.
Good night.
Until currently. I mean, I guess I shouldn't credit her that much, but let's just say until the hack, because I can't say who specifically hacked me.
It was just all at the
Or,
same time.
you know, if that had anything to do with whatever. But she did make my life a living hell because she came after me over and over and over. And every fucking time I thought we were done, I thought we moved on, something else would happen. Then I find out at CrimeCon that Hidden True Crime gets hacked. And guess who is getting blamed? Me. And guess who's going on? And I didn't see this. I was told this, that they were talking about the hacker, and it got so that Lauren actually got so uncomfortable because Lori Hellis wouldn't fucking stop, that it got really awkward.
Yeah.
Now, Lauren and I weren't on the best of terms. Hidden True Crime and I weren't on the best of terms. Always respected her as a reporter. I've always respected her for what she did. But were we besties? No, we were not. And so I can kind of somewhat understand why she would have thought the things she did. And I get that. So I don't blame her for that, because she had people in her, I had people in my ear. But the common thread here is Lori Hellis. And she will not stop and not stop and not stop. And the reason why I'm on here is because when I saw the video that Kresha posted, I just finally felt validated enough. And I looked over at the wife and I said, what should I do? And she said, what did you say?
I said, fucking Crusher made me cry. God damn her.
Damn me.
And I said, do it. I said, what do you got to lose?
I hope she feels
And
better.
I don't have anything to lose. That's what's really,
I'm glad.
really sad.
But I hope that Jen feels better from this. I don't know what happened to the link. It's somehow I put K. Vallow Woodcock in the top where the link normally is, and I don't know. Wait, let me do this. Let me do this. Why is it being so slow? Anyways, I know this is a rather long live, and I appreciate all who have stuck around. You know, I mean, because they flow into the other, you know, and it was just such a confusing and painful time already, and then that on top of that, Lori Hellis on top of that just exacerbated it, you know, like it was just like, holy shit. What the hell? I do too. And I'm glad that you guys have supported her too. It's been it's an elephant sitting in the room, you know, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know where it went awry. I mean, that's one point where I can show you that for sure had to do directly with me. Was the bracelet thing. And again, it just for somebody who says that they are supporting a family, you know, the family, you need to ask, define family, like which family members are you supporting? Because that's not been my experience. My experience has not been supported or feeling supported or feelings like I have a safe place to go or platform to go to. I mean, I think that my experience going through this and, you know, for any victims in the future who find themselves on this side of crime, my platform is always open. You always have a microphone and a voice here. Always. I don't know unless, you know, I'm offering it. I just need you to reach out. We can make it happen. That's kind of the point. There's one, you know, point of this, I guess you could say, is you know, in the beginning of this, it's like there's so many people talking about my family, okay? And again, not bad, good, or indifferent. It just they were talking about it and discussing it, and great. You know, the more coverage, the better. To me, the more their stories get told, that's the more eyes that it can maybe open, the more awareness it can, you know, show, and it brings validity. It brings a voice to Tylee, to Charles, to Tammy, to Joe, to JJ, because their voices were permanently silenced. And you know, and I mean, I have my own childhood and upbringing and all these things that, you know, I've been factoring in throughout this whole thing, and just my own worldview of, you know, how little and simple my world was until this happened. And then it just blew up. And all these terms and labels that I had never had to use or even prioritize into my, you know, I don't know. This was like foreign to me. I mean, as you can tell, I'm not an effective speaker. I'm not like, you know, I don't sit there and tickle your eardrums or anything. And I understand that, but I'm raw and just who I am. And I don't want to be apologetic about who I am. And, you know, I have ADHD, and I think compounded with the trauma, and just, it's a weird spot, you know, that Lori and Chad put us in, put me in. I just never sought out to be have a channel. Okay. I used to bitch because my kids were always on YouTube, and I was just like, what the hell y'all do on there? And then here I am, years later, and it's just like, oh God. And it's interesting how I just kind of found this way. I saw through this case, I saw that, like, left undone, how um a lot of things from Facebook, they leave links and stuff there in the Facebook groups and such that were created, whenever Tyler and JJ were missing, and you follow those links and you end up on YouTube. And so a lot of us were ending up on YouTube. And then I didn't understand or realize at that time that if you have a Gmail address, you have a YouTube channel. Did you know that? Okay. It's just interesting to me because, so I had my YouTube, and it was Crusha K Trahan, I want to say it was. And I mean, I didn't know how any of this worked. I did not know, because I pay the premium YouTube. I didn't realize that ads were playing, for everybody. I was just like, what? Just totally in my own little world. Okay, just learning every step of this way. And it's been a difficult process, and it is a difficult process. However, on the other side of that, there is the beauty in it, the community in it, the love always wins message, to see you guys across multiple, different creators and supporting and sharing. I mean, I think that's awesome. I think networking, it's how we work anyways. We're people, and that's what we do. We network. And I think it's interesting. And if we only could pull all these good attributes in and hone in on those instead of excluding and, causing division and such, then I think that we could be a force to be reckoned with, speaking of storms, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Again, I'm not here to break anybody down. I mean, except for the people in and around Lori and Chad's circle. That's really only because they think that what they've done or are doing, just because the law has not gone after them. There's just always been something bigger and more organized, I guess you could say, behind the scenes, behind the case, behind the murders, so to speak. So that's where I'm at. That's where I've been at. And that's what I share with you guys as much as I can. And I know it's out there, and it's nonsensical a lot. And a lot of the things are nonsensical. Their shit is nonsensical, but it's starting to, and I mean, I say it's starting, it's been kind of coming together, like with Megan and the Little White Book. That thing has, anything that gets a reaction from those people, then you're striking a nerve. Okay. And so we need to rally around her and give, just kind of show our support and not be assholes in the comments, but you know what I'm saying? Just maybe shine a mirror at those people, those who clap back. I don't have too many haters. I really don't, that every now and then people really just, I don't know. I don't know why they share what they share, but they do. And I mean, it happens. And again, things can be taken out of context all the live long day. My mom used to bitch at me all the time because she'd be like, this is not a text conversation. This is a voice conversation, and I'm a texter, boy. And I'm just right there with the, keyboard, and just because things get taken out of context very easily, very fast. And you're not a hater. Well, thank you, Em. I appreciate that. I'm not either. There's just too much. There's too much hate, It bothers me, actually. I have a big heart, and I know you guys do too. And I appreciate you just for being here, just for even being, just being here and listening to me, just listening to me and to my perspective. And I appreciate your advice and your thoughts, your opinions. They mean so much to me. They do. And to the rest of us in here, I love this. So, the other, I do want to share this though. Let me get this. Let me get it together. Allegedly. Oh, I forgot about this too. My friend Sue Helen, right? Hold on. Let me get back over to y'all so I can fix my aspect. So this is what my friend Sue Ellen did. And this was, she had ordered a bracelet. And I mean, I'm not, this is just, I was like, wow, you know, this is somebody who just is really standing up. And so what this person did was she put the bracelet back on the tape and back on the index card and addressed the envelope. Here is your bracelet back. I got a real one. And I was like, wow, you know. So she sent the bracelet back to Lori Hellis. And I mean, this is not because I put this person up to it. This is just from their own observations and making their own conclusions, you know, just reading the situation for what they saw it as. And again, that's, I think, the only place that we have power and a say so and can make a statement, so to speak, you know. And I one of the things that I can't stand is whenever people are rewarded for their bad behavior, you know, and we see it all over. As soon as you get off this video, there's going to be a dime a dozen. Okay. The ADHD gatherer, right? I mean, everybody needs one, right? Yeah. You right here, girl. Right here. Okay. The squirrels are everywhere. They're running and they make a lot of noise. And well, I'm glad you're here. I guess it's Kiri or Kyrie or I don't know. My name's Kresha, so I get it. I get it. And I love your rainbow bright. Right. Just glad you're here. That's what I was doing. I was going, see, ADHD. Let me get to Tom Harrison. This was something that I discovered whenever I was commenting in the comment section after the video last week. To Jeannie Marie. Allegedly. Let's see. I just have to figure out which one. Let's see. There. I think it's this one. All right. Let me share this tab. So this is just kind of what I was working on. Let's see. Let me get back to it. So confusing. So confusing. But, and I mean, this is going to kind of be confusing too. So last week we had gone over on Monday, which I'm going to schedule another live stream so we can just do our regular difficult research. Okay. Because I don't like drama. I really don't. I don't care for it. But sometimes it's necessary to discuss things and bring things to the surface because they do affect us and other people experience them too. And it validates things in their life. Like, you're not going crazy. Okay. You experience this, you know? So before we go, so after our last live, I decided I would take the pages I read from Visions of Glory and throw them onto a couple of slides to publish to my channel members for them to reference however they wish. But as I was doing so, I noticed something see, I didn't. Oh, here it is. Okay. After our recent live stream, I decided to create slides based on excerpts from Visions of Glory to share with my channel members. While working on this, I stumbled upon a significant observation that I believe is quite telling. In the book, Tom Harrison, right? He writes, quote, as people progressed, their experiences grew greater. In time, angels attended the meetings and translated people taught classes. This made me recall that Melanie Gibb was involved in teaching classes. Interestingly, during questioning by Daybell's attorney, John Pryor, Gibb denied teaching classes and stated that it was actually Lori Vallow who conducted the classes. But again, I went back and looked at that today. The trial testimony of Melanie Gibb in Daybell's trial, in Chad's trial, the most recent one. And she did say that she was teaching a class or whatever whenever she met Lori and Melanie Boudreaux, right? So I remember a point whenever John Pryor was grilling Melanie Gibb, and it might have just been in that text that he brought up. So again, that's a side note. Okay, let me get to I didn't weed these out. And so we have also learned in the podcast Time to Warrior Up, hosted by Jason Mao, streamed by Preparing a People / Latter Day Media, Mike and Nancy James, okay, that Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow appeared as guests. During his introductions of Gibb and Vallow, Mao stated regarding Lori that she was a, quote, gatherer, unquote. Okay, so back to Tom's book. However, in the next sentence, it reads, quote, that Tom writes, okay, quote, resurrected beings showed them visions of the truth of the history of the earth and their own lives, unquote, which immediately made me think of how Chad was telling people about their past lives. So does this mean he falls under, quote, resurrected being? Like if we had to do it as a class, hold on, I'll get to it. Because Chad would use his pendulum on top of genealogical records and would tell the member of the church who they were in past lives. Okay, so just follow me on this. Also, since Rod Meldrum is well known for his Heartlander research and trying to prove that Jesus Christ's second coming will be in Jackson County, Missouri, does this mean he would be considered a, quote, resurrected being as it suggests in this passage? Rod teaches about the so-called history of the earth and so forth. Okay, so back to visions of glory. Okay, so next I wrote a little chart to kind of correlate these concepts. So angels equal attended classes or attending classes. Translated beings equal taught classes, resurrected beings. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa. I'm making this even more confusing. So it's like this. I probably shouldn't have done this. I'm trying to see if I have it a little neater. Oh, hell. Let me get back. I'm really mucking it up now. That's what I do. That's what I do best. Let's see. Let me get back to it. Okay. So basically, angels equal attended classes or attending classes. Translated beings equal taught classes. Resurrected beings showed them visions of the truth of the history of the earth and their own lives. So basically it would equate to, does this mean Lori and Melanie P were at one time considered to be, quote, angels, but because they attended classes? Maybe since then Lori at least it appears to have moved on to becoming a translated being, like a graduation. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if and how this fits together, if it even does. Let me know your thoughts, please. And I don't know if I probably just mucked that up a great deal because it was a comment that I'd shared with Jeannie Marie because she had said something in the comments about WordWise, the channel WordWise, which y'all need to go check out because she's been doing an awesome ass job on basically telling us about like what Chad Daybell's writing about in his books, right? They're so horrible and dreadful to go through on your own. And they're so boring and nonsensical that I think this is a blessing. Okay. I think that WordWise, this channel I'm putting right here in the chat right now, it's a blessing to listen to her. Really, I mean, this is what she does. She's a professional, okay, fiction writer, and she's not Mormon, so it just takes all that away. And she's very knowledgeable. She looks things up, and I just really appreciate. I know a lot of you are too. But yeah, leveling up, yes, like that. Like again, I don't think I'm explaining it very well. Let's see. I get back over there. But it's like a theme. I'm noticing a familiar theme here and am investigating further to corroborate this a little more. Let me know what you think, please. I will send Kit at WordWise an email to share and inquire her thoughts on this, which I still haven't done. And so it's basically like I'm going with the version originally shared by Gibb in the beginning. And it's that she was teaching a class, and both Lori and her niece, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, went to and initially met Gibb. Okay. I mean, that's like Jason Mao through Nicole Earle. That's Lori, like, met Nicole Earle in the temple, and they met with Jason Mao. It's like Nicole Earle hooked up Lori with Jason Mao. And so they all met in the temple. Then he explains it right in the very first piece of his podcast with Lori, Melanie, and Jason, where, he's like, I just looked into your eyes and it was just this brother and sisterly type of, it was weird. Okay. It was very awkward. I felt awkward for having listened to that. Okay. Yuck. But I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how this recruiting system kind of works. And so because Lori was hooked up via Nicole Earle, who was friends with my uncle and Lori for like 10 years, by the way, if you listen to her thing from the FOIA docs, her audio. And so from there, from the temple, Jason Mel is like, oh, I got to hook you up with Melanie Gibb. And then here's Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow within such a short period of time, by the way, which is super sus. It's like, what? They're all girl crushing over each other. It's just gross. It's weird. I don't like it. Something stinks. And so Lori and Melanie Gibb are on the podcast, on Jason Mao's first podcast at that. His very first podcast, okay? So, I mean, all this shit is just like weird. It's like it pivoted all around Lori and Chad meeting, and it's weird. So, okay, so then he's, Jason Mao states that, you're one of us, you're a gatherer. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. If like there's gatherers, and then the next level there would be what? Angels. Then the next level there would be resurrected beings. Then the next level there would be, translated beings, then resurrected beings. I'm trying to see if there is some kind of classification, if you will. There's something more in this book, Visions of Glory. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Okay. And so that's just something, as I was throwing all these, the page numbers I had shared last week in our live stream. I was like, I already have them on some slides. So I don't want you to go out and buy the book. I will do whatever I got to do to make it where you don't have to do that, to where we don't have to, fluff their wallets. Okay. Cause again, I hate whenever bad behavior is rewarded, so, and there has been an influx in like sales. Okay. So, and I mean, again, this is me with the understanding or the suspicion that there's more to Visions of Glory than just reading it about this man's near-death experiences, so to speak. So, I mean, I'll try and break this down a little more. And so whenever we do our live stream on this, we'll go over more of this. Another thing, I've been looking at all of Bruce Porter's stuff. Bruce Porter is somebody who flew kind of under my radar. And whenever I talked to Megan Saturday, I talked to her Saturday, and I was like, hey, you want me to call now? I text her and she was like, yeah, I'm not busy or something like that. And then I was like, oh, she was like, what are you doing? And so when we did talk, she was like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, it's Saturday. I'm reading Bruce Porter, Isn't everybody reading Bruce Porter and watching Bruce Porter videos? And we laughed a great deal about that. But this Abrahamic covenant, that was something that was thrown around in Tim Ballard's group as well. And doing this Abrahamic test, there's just all this cult talk, okay, that I'm just trying to kind of mold in here. But I got this from Bruce Porter's. He has an entire website. Go check it out, because holy shit. Okay. Holy crap. The Abrahamic covenant is, quote, the blessings of the fathers. We know how Tim Ballard and all them are about the fathers, the founding fathers, yada, yada, yada. Okay. You got to take it out of context and just look at it at face value. You cannot sit here and look for a spiritual meaning or scriptural sounds, what am I trying to say? Sound scriptural basis or anything. It's not going to be scripturally correct. Okay. It's just not. It's going to be blasphemy, and just it's very out of context. It's inverted. Okay. And the right whereunto I should be ordained to administer the same. Quote, Father of many nations, Prince of Peace, rightful heir, high priest holding the right belonging to the fathers, the right of the firstborn, appointment unto the priesthood according to the appointment of God concerning the seed. It's all about the damn seed. Okay. But there's quite a bit. Okay. So I hope you join me for that. It is. Okay. Nobody warned me. I'm just like, he made it into, Chad Daybell's story where he's basically retelling how he met Lori and sealed with her or to her while they were married. They got new names, James and Elena, and the rest is freaking history. So there's a reason that it was on Lori's person 11 times. Okay. I mean, it was on her person so many times. There's too many to throw onto one slide. Okay. Too many references to this book. It's sus. And so it's like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there. And I know it's not going to be obvious. It's going to be inverted. So there's the one that Megan brought out in whenever she appeared on Mormon Stories podcast. And so I only have this one. I know some people are like, oh, again, we got to hear it, but it's this one.
Jesus Christ knows the truth of what happened.
So this is a mind-blowing development in the Chad and Lori Daybell case. So this is them sunbathing the day of their arrest. And this book right here, I'm going to tell you what's inside of that book and how it basically explains everything about this case. So Visions of Glory is a book that has been sold in LDS bookstores. It claims to have a stamp of approval by an apostle. It also claims to be a prophetic book about the last days leading to the second coming of Christ, which is what Lori and Chad believed was happening right now. At one point, the book explains that people will be so ripe with iniquity because they've been overcome by evil spirits, and that the most righteous thing that you can do for them in that state is to, quote, deliver them from mortality. I will play a clip for you now.
There was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest hope that they could be saved, even in the most celestial sense, we did not harm them. When we were confronted by people who were fully ripe in iniquity, and who would never repent, then we were free to deliver them from mortality. Their death would then be a blessing to them. Their death would be a blessing to them, because they could no longer add additional iniquity to their divine ledger.
All about that divine ledger, Have you checked yours lately? Anyways, so yeah, I just want to go a little more into that, and I will share, I'll make just a short video of, I want to say it's like 10 slides, and I'll put it in my members only, and then you can just pause it and screenshot it of the book, of what I'm reading out of the book. So, another thing, God, I know this is almost 4 damn hours. Hector Sosa's text, y'all. Hector Sosa, not his text. Well, it was a text to his follower. I don't know, his group, his people, Pathway to Zion. And so I was looking up, I just kind of run across things all the time. I just do. It's in my memories. And, like I said, I have 5 cloud storage, whatever's that I pay for. And, I was like, oh my God, when I go back and read things, knowing what I know now, and I'm just like, oh my God, this didn't stand out then, but it stands out now. So it was it was screenshots that I have of a text message that he sent out as Chad and Lori were, becoming the subjects of a nationwide, hunt for the children. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? And I'm looking for it right now, hurriedly, because it struck me. It's on my phone. I just thought it would be pretty easy, but I should know better. I just really want to run it by y'all. Let me pull it. Photos. I've got to change the backlight in my phone out because it's so dim now. It's as bright as it goes, but it's so dim. Okay. So, okay, I'm just going to read it to you since I can't freaking find it on here. It sucks. It should be some of the, because I mean, I screenshotted it, so it should be in here. But let me just go to my regular photos. Hold on. Give me a sec. Should be in here. I screenshot too much shit. First off. And you go to Screenshots Anonymous. Okay. Right around here. Come on. August 16th. You guys have more patience than anything. And okay, finally. Damn. All right. Let me make sure I'm sharing it. Nope. Okay. Let's see. I don't know. It just kind of struck me as soon as I get to the beginning of it. Oh, hell. Oh, yeah. Here's that bacon comment, too. This is on Jason Mao's first week teaching LDS high school seminary online to all my students. Working from home is definitely something new for me. At least now I don't need to pack my lunch and snacks. The fridge is right over there. Okay. April 1st. That was, I want to say 2020. And so somebody had put a comment under his, and it's Michael Lusk to Jason Mao. You keep being you. Eat your bacon. Okay. Just put a pin in that. That's just one of those sayings that kind of like keep your powder dry, and Constitution's hanging by a thread. It's like a dog whistle that I've heard out of Glenn Beck's mouth, out of Tim Ballard's mouth, out of Jason Mutso. Wait, what's his name? Eric Mutzos. The coon call too. I've heard that from, or relating to a raccoon or a coon. I've heard that from Janet Russin, from Chad Daybell, of course, with the raccoon text. And we've seen how Emma Daybell has used the raccoon reference. Okay. What's his name? He's a black guy and he's a politician in Utah. Oh, Burgess Owens, I think is his name. Yeah. So, I mean, they all make references, and I just find it interesting. So, damn. I'm trying to get to the beginning of this. Okay. Here it is. A few days ago, this is Hector Sosa, okay? A few days ago, I was given a warning about our community. It took a few days of prayer and discussion to get over the shock. This is whenever Chad and Lori were making, commotion, basically, bringing attention. The drama with Chad and Lori has emboldened unscrupulous local church leaders across the United States to use memberships to different communities as a sign of apostasy. PTZ membership will be used as grounds for excommunication. He's basically saying, hey, we got to shut down. This is where I've shared with you guys where it reminds me of Fun with Dick and Jane, whenever the whole company is folding and everybody's like, shredding paperwork and running with ficuses. Okay. It's just, that's the vibe I get from it. And so right here where it says the drama with Chad and Lori has emboldened unscrupulous local church leaders across the United States to use memberships to different communities as a sign of apostasy. So on a local level, this is just me. You can take it or leave it, or, we can talk about it further another day. But to me, the way it came off was this relationship between, let's say, what I think it is, like how I think that the top leadership people of the church organization, okay, are directly related with people like Chad and Hector and Julie, and to an extent, I'm not so much Julie, but and Tim Ballard, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to quite explain it, but let's just say that it's not so much the local leaders would know about it. And let's just say that they did have a direct relationship with top leaders without local knowing about it. The drama with Chad and Lori has emboldened unscrupulous local church leaders across the United States to use their memberships to different communities such as Pathway to Zion as a sign of apostasy. Pathway to Zion membership will be used as grounds for excommunication. He's saying that if our local leaders find out about it, then we will be excommunicated. And y'all know that temple recommend to these people is like gold. Okay. Lori said, you either give me a temple recommend to her bishop or I'm going to murder. Okay. And she did both. So what's that mean? Remember, there's a difference between being wicked versus being evil. Okay. Being wicked means that people act in a certain way because they believe they're acting in righteousness. That just stands out to me. Being evil means openly following Satan. That is just a weird telling two sentences there. These distinctions are important and must be remembered when we are dealing with injustice and unrighteous dominions. The only responsible way to deal with this is to close the community and destroy the assets that belong to this community. The forums will remain open until the last day of February 2020, unless something compels me to close them sooner. And I wrote all this down here. Our community must be long gone before the April 2020 General Conference. The Holy Ghost. Now, who have we heard before as being referenced as the Holy Ghost? The Holy Ghost warned that the witch hunt will start in earnest by those that want to, quote, cleanse the church of their idea of heresy after this conference. And so I'm like, did Chad warn Hector that the witch hunt will start? Okay. As is customary, the general authorities will refer cases. So the general authorities will refer cases back to stake presidencies and bishoprics. So again, their membership is on the line with the stake presidents, the local people. Okay. That means we will be at the mercy of our local leaders. That was just telling to me. Okay. This in itself is not a bad thing, as this deals with issues closer to the source. Damn. Okay. And the general authorities are quite busy already. However, this can become problematic when local leaders decide to pick and choose what they're going to enforce, like picking on them. It's quite possible that we will see a return of behavior similar to Sadducees and Pharisees. And those kind of comments right there, I'm just like, what? I don't know what the hell that means. The forums will be placed in read-only mode by the end of the week. Registration is effectively disabled as soon as I get to it today. There are a few specific items. This is why there are a few specific items that we need to discuss, or I need to point to as a community. There is and this is number one, there's about 2 years worth of AWS subscription fees in the Chime Bank. I believe that the best way to dispose of this is to donate it to a good cause. Why? I would love to find out these organizations and dig. Okay, let's see. I don't know why it does that shit. Number 2, closure of the Chime Bank account. Number 3, closure of the AWS account. And it's the Amazon Web Services account. AWS is Amazon Web Services. That's what I came to. Number 4, disposal and destruction of Pathway to Zion's Zenforo software and the database Zenforo uses. or Zinforo, however you say it. Number 5, deletion of the PTZ post office, Pathway to Zion post office, in my email server. Number 6, again, what are y'all doing? If it's so fucking righteous, why are you having to do this? You know what I'm saying? Deletion of the Slack account. I will need as many of you to have copies of the following: a donation invoice, Chime bank account closure, okay, Amazon Web Services account closure. Please send email to Hector Sosa Jr. at protonmail.com. If you want to be a witness and have electronic copies of these statements, one benefit is that this will be proof for you to your local leader, right? That you are not part of the community and that it was disbanded and dissolved. Hopefully that will be sufficient to shut down claims of personal apostasy. They know they're doing wrong. I am of the opinion that having discussions about gospel and doctrinal points is a good way of exercising our agency. Unfortunately, this gives an excuse to those seeking to enforce unrighteous dominions to accuse you of, quote, heresy against doctrine, unquote, and, quote, apostasy. So for your own protection, do not discuss non-mainstream topics in public. If it is not the current church, let me go back because it makes copies. Okay. It says, if it's not the current church's gospel diaspora, I don't know how to say that, then do not talk about it in public. If you choose to ignore this advice, please note that you will look like a nail that needs hammering to the hammers that are looking for anything out of place. You'd be drawing attention to yourself. In case this is not clear, and this is exactly where I went, okay? In case this is not clear, let me give you a couple topics to avoid in public. Energy healing, multiple mortal probations, okay? There are many more, unfortunately, but these two are the most recent ones. Again, discuss these things in public at your own peril. The local church leaders are not going to care if you think that these were given to you by personal revelation. You mess with their flock and you will be treated as a predator. You will get crucified, metaphorically speaking. It is not worth it to lose your temple, recommend, by trying to defend out mainstream something. Okay, I don't know. Privacy. If there are more questions, please respond to this announcement. You have been my friends for these few years. I thank you for your kindness to me and others and other community members. Feel free to contact me through the secure methods I have posted about. Anything outside of those channels will be ignored after PTZ is disbanded. I will put my cell phone number on the thread about securing your communications. Please remember that I have really bad hearing and I am not fond of voice calls. Right? Things are going to get worse from here on out. We are now on the pathway to Zion, the one also known as New Jerusalem. Godspeed and God bless. Okay. It just, again, that's just me being weird, going back and looking at things and just kind of differently, I know there's more going on. I know that there are more people involved. And I'm doing my best to, I don't ever want to force anything because that doesn't do the victim stories any justice at all. If it fits, then I want to acknowledge that it's that, and I want to put it there, and just continue building this puzzle this way. If it doesn't fit, I'm not ever going to try and force it, So again, there's just more meaning. I think it's okay to, it's okay to kind of go back and look at these things. I know that a lot of people look at these cases and this whole thing. And yes, we still have Lori's trial in Arizona, but again, when that's adjudicated, I'm still going to be doing this. So I think it's okay to re-examine things from the beginning as they were, not knowing as much as we did going into this, and then just kind of re-examining those things and just let's look at it with what we know now. And for some reason, it just seems to make a lot more sense the second, third, and fourth, and fifth trip around. So, anyways, I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will schedule a live stream for us to do this kind of stuff. Visions of glory and that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking maybe tomorrow. I just want to make sure I don't schedule over Megan or anything. But anyway, so today is Tuesday. See you next Tuesday, right? No. Yeah, maybe tomorrow or Thursday. I don't know. Anyway, so justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins, and you guys are proof of that. Thank y'all for being